Hello, Internet. I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. Hope everyone had a good Friday the 13th yesterday. Where is my fan? I'm already dying and melting. Somewhere there's a puppy curled up. He had a very long day of being a puppy. He's unhappy because we got more snow, and then it rained, and then we got snow, and then it hailed, and then we got snow, and then it rained. And that's been about the last 4 days. So he's been a very confused, unhappy puppy because it's warm, then it's cold, then it's warm, then it's cold, then it's warm, then it's cold, then there's snow. So he's a very confused little puppy. Hello, Sarah Benham. Very good to see you. And hello to Ozzy, Izzy, and Persephone. Yes, I know it's Persephone. I'm teasing. I've always loved that name. So, trying was always to remember what the fuck happened last week. She came back from her little runaway adventure. The best friend and Dominic are still hooking up because apparently he just didn't care that she fucked off for 2 months. So they're apparently an item. We're told that Eveler Twin and Massimo's ex are now an item. But because he doesn't want her to run away again, Lara and friend are grounded. That's effectively what it is. They are grounded. Daddy has taken away the car keys and told them to stay in the mansion. So, of course, this resulted in her turning on the slut charm to get back in his good graces because sex is the only thing that means anything to him. And so, of course, there was a lot of sex. And walking in on other people having sex because apparently these people will do it anywhere that is not a bedroom. Like, seriously, everybody has a bedroom. You could go there to do it, but no. They choose the kitchen counter or wherever, or table, or the roof of the boat, or, privacy, not a thing. And then because we had to increase the stupid even more, and more than likely because the mister has a shooting scene, we got a shooting scene where Massimo takes Lara and friend and Dominic out to the Italian countryside in a zero clearance car. I'm never getting over this, by the way. In a very nice looking sports car that I'm sure is very expensive. Chat was good enough to find us a picture. Sarah, thank you. And it's a zero clearance fucking car that he was supposedly driving on what's described as a ruddy, rocky dirt road in the Italian countryside. So in other words, he would have destroyed like a $250,000 car and not made it to wherever they're going because there's no way that car makes it. No way. And what is it with in terrible erotica? Why is it always the most expensive, flashy, ugly car ever? Those cars that signal I have like penis problems if you're driving one of these cars. That's what it is. Why do they all drive like the ED mobiles? Why? So to continue the stupid, we then get very inaccurate facts about guns, which even I picked up on, and I know the only things I know about guns are what I've seen on TV, and I don't consider all of that accurate. But apparently it's important that Laura knows how to shoot a gun, which she, again, is just magically good at, and doesn't send the gun into her face or knock herself on her ass or, miss the target by a million miles as everybody does. Then they gave her a machine gun and said that it was easier to aim and handle. That's not how that works. And also, worth pointing out, she did not want to do this. She makes it very clear. She doesn't like guns. She does not want to do this. He makes her do it. Why, I don't know. I'm willing to bet at some point she shoots somebody or tries to, and that's why that scene is there. Like, otherwise, it's just more of copying E.L. James, because I guess the first 365 had all 350 Shades in one. It pretty much covered all three of the 50 Shades books. So now we're covering, I guess, the Mr. and the Mrs. So I'm on the lookout for more like copy scenes, because that shooting scene was straight lifted. So I'm sure there will be others. Also, I found this out today, and this is, or a couple days ago, I posted about this, if you're on my Discord. E.L. James has announced that she's working on a, quote, fourth book. Now, that could be taken two ways. It could be a fourth to the 50 Shades series, a continuation, because it has been, like 15 years since those came out? So yeah, you could have a continuation where now, Anastasia and Gray have two, like, teenage kids, and Gray's seeing, that the boy is a rage machine like he was at that age and still is, or he can't handle the insolence and the back talking and the door slamming you get with teenagers. Or like Hyde will have gotten out of jail and come after the family. He'll, instead of kidnapping Anastasia, he'll kidnap the children this time. We'll find out the Red Room has been unused for like 5 years, but Gray is like so stressed and everything that he needs it again, and they go back there, and it's a whole, and basically then it just repeats the first 3 books or whatever, and it'll be another trilogy. We know this because that's the rules. Or it's an entirely new series, not sure. Hi, Nightwolf. That's all we know, because she only said that like a month ago, so it'll probably be a year before anything comes out, at least. I can at least say that as far as I can tell, the movie adaptation of The Mister appears to be completely dead again. It was like in production, and there was movement on it last year, but that has been erased from the internet now. So it's back to dead, which honestly could have something to do with the media mergers going on right now. That could be what's put a pin in it, because the rights are about to change hands. So that could be doing it. The big lifted pickups, they're squatted in the back, huge tires, huge rims, and you can't do anything with it because it's lifted so high and you need a ladder to get into it and you can't tow it with a trailer. Yes, those are trucks that are stupid. Yeah. No, I laugh my freaking ass off whenever I see one of those. And you're absolutely right. Those are penis mobiles as well. That is advertising that you use Viagra. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it makes a certain statement that maybe you're not aware of. So that was about all that happened last week. Really nothing happened. So that said, I'll rise for our national anthem, and then we'll see what we've got in store this week. Like, is there going to be a threat of any kind in this book other than these two just being absolutely horrible people that are immature and never talk and create most of their problems themselves? Like, every problem, every so-called conflict in their so-called relationship could have been solved in 10 words or less if they had a fucking conversation. But they don't do that, because couples in these books never do. They never talk, ever.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, Yes, please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay. Alrighty. We have new duck stage standing up on its own. I'm aware it's partially off camera. I'm sorry. I'm working on it. It's just there's space limitations, so I'm doing the best I can. I'm gonna have to completely clear out everything back there, and there's so much crap. But we'll get it working. We've almost got it working. It's this close. Ugh. Itchy. Note to self: don't scratch. Having listened to that so many times, I have to seriously debate whether it's actually going to make it tea or have sex. I'm going with sex. I'm still wearing red. Yes, I'm still wearing red. It's my favorite color. Should I not be wearing red? I'm aware it makes the red on my face look worse, but I refuse to give up my favorite color. Also, most of my clothes are that color. But I'll wear black next week. How about that? But also, this was clean. So, let's start by introducing our ducks, of course. I still have a bit of a cold sinus face breaking thing going on. So if I'm snippy, I apologize. But we have, as always, Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with 2 V's, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy, Demit, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glacial, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Nick Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libby Doe, Ocean's Gate 7, Dingle Hopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack, Jacquard, Lulu, Marty, Akasha, Dr. Breadside Manor, Autolycus, Deja, and Insidious. And yes, I named the My Little Pony duck Insidious because I like it. And I said, if you don't name your duck, I will name your duck. So I named your duck. And my hair is flipping all over the place. I have wolf hair today. I conditioned it, and whenever I condition my hair, it just turns into a big flyaway mess that won't do anything, no matter what I say. This is why it's sad they don't make bedhead products anymore, because bedhead products are really good. They could tame the crazy wolf hair. I'm remembering as I'm holding this up, something happened this week, because this is not the glass that I've been using the last couple of weeks. This is the glass I've been using the couple of weeks. Wolf hair. hair. So when my hair gets super thick and starts breaking brushes because I can't get anything through it. So then I over condition, and then it turns into wispy flyaway, can't do anything with it, hair ties falling out hair. So this is the cup that we have been using the last couple of weeks, our shiny black goblet of shininess. It needs to be washed. This is the one that said it was delivered and wasn't several weeks ago, like over a month and a half ago, and yet magically was somehow in my mailbox this week, along with 6 months of my undelivered mail. I have no idea what happened, either to make my mail stop, which I knew about and I've been trying to fix, or what made it suddenly correct, or where the hell this has been for like the 5 weeks since it said it was delivered and it wasn't. Because yes, I checked my actual mailbox for several days in a row in case it was just late. It never arrived. Canada Post declared it missing, and I got a refund. So, free glass. But then it just magically showed up. I have no clue. It is a little bigger. So, we're using the new one tonight. And to get into our sponsorship announcements and get those out of the way, we as always have our Bago random ducks. There's about 20 of them left in there. So for $10, PayPal link at the top of the chat, or at least it should be, you can sponsor a totally random duck that I will totally draw out of this bag, completely blind, and then you get to name it, or if you don't, I will. Or if you would like to put your stamp on something a little more artistic, wait a minute, I'm missing people, wait a minute. Wait, something is wrong, hold on. We're missing a duck. Cleopatra tried to escape. Okay, I knew something was wrong with that. Okay, so if you would like a... Ah! I did not just fucking do that. One moment, please. Ugh. Puppy is asleep under his puppy bed and hasn't noticed yet, thank God, and most of them landed on my desk. See, I'm saying Cleopatra Duck did this. Okay, she didn't like that I picked her up off the floor and caught her trying to escape, so she cast a curse and made me drop all the ducks. So we have Cleopatra Duck, Evil Knievel Duck. Turducken Duck fell apart. By the way, I was going to show this when somebody sponsored it, but this is the chicken inside of the turducken duck, because that's the turkey. The chicken goes in the turkey. And then the actual duck part contains the chicken inside the duck, inside the turkey, and that's why it's a turducken duck. I'm glad that you still love me. We also have rooster duck, cock-a-doodle-doo. I really should be more careful using that word with this book. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Raphael Duck. A Christmas Story in the Bunny Suit Duck. And Yachty Duck. So these are also available for $10 each. If you would like to sponsor a painted duck, please specify which one. Or I will choose at random. If you just say painted duck, I will choose one at random. Okay. I think the ducks are settled. Yeah, I know. Get him before Bo. He's deeply in a coma. Mostly he's just warm because it was warm and then it was cold. And then it was warm and then it was very cold. And then it was warm and now it doesn't know. We've had schizophrenic weather all week. So at our middle tier for $25, and this is my favorite, we will put these very real handcuffs on me. There is a key in the case. There's a key on the string because we practice safety here. So there's always a key within reach because these are real and they really do lock. So If I get my wish, I will be wearing these tonight. Or if I don't get my wish, but somebody really wants to see me kind of suffer, we have super sour pink lemonade. Extra concentrated this week because I forgot to take it out of the freezer. So it's extra concentrated and very cold. And I will fill our brand new glass almost all the way to the top and try and chug it in one without sucking my cheeks fully into the back of my throat from the sourness. It's a good time. So those are our options if you want to help a girl out and help me pay the bills, etc., because that is what sponsoring does. Yeah, we've had it worse. Like, yeah, no, it's been crazy. Last night it was literally minus 20, and it was snowing like mad when I went to sleep, like heavy, heavy whiteout snow. And then I get up this morning, it's all gone, and it's pouring rain. And now it was like minus 20 last night, and today it's like plus 14. It's insane. Like, it's just really, really nuts. Sorry, I will try to stop sipping. My lipstick doesn't look right. Yeah, that's better. Our lovely book. Oh, wait, I always put our... See, I've learned to put the count pages in the back of the book so that I'm not scrambling around looking for them. By the way, for our burn me words, we've had Darling Girl 3, Mine 4, Baby Doll or Baby Girl, looks like 22 times, Snatch twice, Honey 4, Good Girl 1, and Givenchy 5. So far, we've not had Sweetheart, Guerlain, or Seed, which are on the list but have not happened yet. For the score of the wrong spelling of come, we're up to 11, with the correct spelling 4. She has not fainted yet. That is something. Time Sees a Rapist 5, Copies 50 Shades 13, and Time Jumps 1. So far, I think that's an improvement on the first one. Yeah, everything's melting here. That's what's going on. It's lovely weather for March break. Feel bad for the mommies on Monday. And we will not have Snickerdoodles and Sasha with us tonight because she's away. And Sasha's at home with a pet sitter that she likes because she gets to scam extra meals. And somebody woke up because he heard his name and now he's pawing my leg. Come here. Yeah. Okay. Whoa. Okay. I didn't even turn and he just flings himself. Oh, let's not get the feet stuck in this shirt again. Oh, that's why I don't pick you up when I'm wearing this shirt. Okay, I know. I'm not putting you down. Just let me arrange your feet. You have 4 of them, remember? Not 2. 4 feet. He's like, no, I don't. I have 2 front paws and a nose. I don't have back paws, ears, or a tail. Yes. Oh, he's so sleepy. He's so sleepy. Yes. You just had to make your presence known because I'm talking to people and you're jealous. But you're really just a very sleepy puppy. You're just very, very sleepy. Yeah, he's not falling asleep at all. No. You only think you see his little eyes closing. Oh, he's not falling asleep. He's not a tired little baby. No, 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 no. He's so warm. You were so warm under your nice puppy bed, all curled up. You're all warm in your blankie. Yeah. Isn't that a good place to be a puppy? Yeah, you're so sleepy. Okay, go back under your puppy bed, okay? Yes. You go back under your puppy bed and be a good puppy. You be nice and warm. You can pester me when I make food later. Oh, I know. He is tired. He is tired. He is a sleepy baby tonight. Yes, you're a sleepy baby. Yes, you are a little sleepy baby. Yes, you are. Yes, you are a little sleepy baby. Baby, baby, baby. Yes. I know. Don't hold you like that. You don't like it. I know. I know, little baby. You're so tired. Yes, you are. You missed your chance to steal some ducks. He'll make up for that when I'm putting them away. Yes, you will, won't you? Yes, you will. Mm-hmm. 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 My little baby. Okay. You go have a nap, okay? You go have naps. Oh, your belly's so warm. You're so sweet. Okay. Oh, you go have naps. Mommy loves you. Okay. I love you, little baby. There you go. There you go. Yep. Just flop. Just I set him down. He just goes. Yep. Okay, so we were like midway through chapter 8. It's a long chapter. They're still arguing over, is it a boy? Is it a girl? He's declared that they're not finding out the sex of the baby. Like, who knows Gilmore Girls? You can always do what Suki and Jackson did. She knew, he didn't know, they made it work. I mean, their relationship is insane in other ways, and I liked Jackson like pre getting married, because once he gets married, he turns into kind of a douchebag. But I haven't seen that whole series yet. I've seen like, I think like up to season 6 or something. I don't even remember how many there are. And then they did like a revival year. But the writing went downhill after like season 3/4. No, puppy didn't fall into the chair. I set him on his pillow. But now he has obeyed mommy and gone back under the puppy bed where he knows it's warm. Yeah. You know, because it's warm under there and smells like his blankie. You know, and he made his presence known so you all know that he is in charge and that he's the most special puppy and I love him more than all of you because that was his entire point. To show off that he is the most loved, cuddled creature in the household. You know, it's a sponsorship option for like feed the doggy a treat. You get like some dehydrated or not dehydrated, but like dried out like chicken strips, like chicken jerky or something that's dog friendly. I don't know, something chicken and dog friendly because he'd be the happiest animal in the world. Of course, he'd also be the happiest animal in the world if I fed him chicken nuggets from McDonald's, but I'm not going to do that because I love my dog. Alrighty. After lunch, I lay down on a swinging couch with Olga. The 3 men were discussing something back at the table, and I thanked God for what just a couple of months back I had cursed him for. What? Do you believe in destiny? I asked Olga. Oh, please don't go there. This book is not good enough to go there. I was just thinking the same thing. How incredible it is that just a few months ago life was so normal, so ordered, and so ordinary. And now we're here, under the Sicilian sun. Our men are mobsters, pimps, and murderers. I mean, they are. I'm not laughing that they are. I'm laughing that these two bitches are perfectly okay with that. Ugh. They're okay with the mobsters, pimps, and murderers because it buys them Givenchy boots and endless champagne. These are two terrible women. They're both disgusting. I mean, you can make the absolutely transparent point that Massimo was raised in this. He was born into it. He didn't really have a choice but to get into the family business. But these are just some dumb bitches that were literally taken off the street. One literally was kidnapped. The other one is voluntarily remaining a captive because she's enjoying the ritzy lifestyle, and they know where this money comes from, and they're perfectly fine with it. So I would argue they are actually worse. And now somebody's smoke alarm is going off. Okay, please don't let the building alarm go off, please. It's really loud and annoying, and it takes at least 20 minutes for it to go off because the fire department has to come and turn it off. But yeah, these two are arguably worse because they're aware of and perfectly fine with. It's like, where do you think the women come from that he's pimping out? They're exactly like you. There's an alternate universe that's this far away where you're the whore sucking him off and not the one chained in the bed. And that sounds horrible out of context, but you know what I'm saying. But like, who are we supposed to like in this? Who are we supposed to be going, "Oh, I hope everything works out for them and they get a happy ending." Who am I supposed to be wanting that for? Cuz right now I just want everyone dead. It sounds like your ex. Hey, the author put her ex in here. Martin is apparently based on an ex of the author, which she did him dirty because in the book, Martin's the guy who starts off as the clumsy, clueless, like workaholic who never wants to have sex, and he's a dork, and Laura's way out of his league, but somehow they've been together for 2 years. Why? It never makes any sense. And then he turns into like possessive guy. You know, he gets a little more physical than he should, and does the whole "I'm not letting you go" thing until a mobster scares him away. We'll never see him again, I'm sure. It sounds horrible in context too. Yes, it does. She sat up, nearly falling off the swinging couch. Fucking hell. It's all just so fucked up. They're bad men and we love them for who they are. Are we bad too? Yes! I'm not saying you can't love somebody, but girl. I frowned. Wasn't she right though? Yes. But we don't love them for the evil they do. We only love them for the good parts. Somebody fucking kill me. Did you really just say that with a straight face, bitch? Did you really just fucking say that with a straight goddamn face? That like, oh, I love the good side of him, but not the murderer part. That's the same person, bitch. You don't get to subdivide. Like, that's the same person. And I know a thing or two about loving somebody that does not deserve your love, and that you try to look for the good parts, but really there's not that many. And the not good parts are the reason you need to be gone. I got gone because people do not change and they are who they are. And either you can deal with the whole package or you get gone. Because by trying to do the, I only want to be around you when you're nice or whatever, is never going to work. And you're just going to get hurt. And now it's going off again. How can you love someone for killing someone else? Besides, we all do evil shit, just on a different scale. Is this better or worse than excusing the twin brother being a violent rapist? Is this better or worse than excusing that? Because now we're excusing murder because I love him, therefore it's okay that he's a murderer. Wow, you could have a serious debate about that. I'd be there. I'm not sure which side I'd be on. No, I do know. I know which side I'd be on. It would still be hard to argue, though. Let's take me, for example. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hi, Nightwolf. Okay. We'll keep a chair warm for you. Remember how in 5th grade I kicked Raphael? I'm going to say Raphael in the face. That blonde boy that kept poking you with a pin? Okay, future sadist. It wasn't good at all, and you still love me. Okay, but that was you did something to defend Olga, and apparently they've known each other a long time. Yeah, like, we just found this out. But that was defending her from a psycho. Like, that is not being a bad person. Punching a bully is okay. Jesus. Olga rolled her eyes. The sound of chairs being moved made us turn back to the table. Dominic and Massimo were putting something over their heads, cheerful like kids. What in the actual fuck? Shit. Each time I see that smile, I'm scared of what it'll lead to, Olga said, pulling me towards them. And so you're afraid of him, but yet you're dragging your friend with... Why? These women are dumb. Come watch a movie, ladies. Don Mateo pointed us to the entrance of the house. We stopped, confused. Their eyes darting from him to our eyes darting from him to our men. What's this on your head? Olga asked, patting Dominic on the little box strapped to his forehead. A camera. I'll have a second one on the gun. We'll show you exactly why you can feel safe with the two of us. What? So they have GoPros strapped to their heads. And now they're going to do something with guns. And they're excited about it. What's that movie? There's a few of them. But one of the movies where rich people pay to hunt other humans. Pick any one. This sounds like that's what they're about to do. They high-fived each other and headed towards something that looked like a stone labyrinth. Yeah, they're definitely hunting people. Ladies, Don Mateo repeated. I'm so not being alone in the dark with this guy. We sat in deep armchairs and he drew the curtains, bathing the room in complete darkness. Then he switched on two enormous screens and we saw the view from Mateo and Dominic's cameras. Oh, so we have a full cinema to watch these two do whatever the fuck it is they're about to do. One of the Purge movies, yeah, there's one of them that's like that. I forget which one. I haven't seen them all. I mean, I've seen pieces. The first Purge movie is actually a decent, good horror movie. It's dumb in places, but it's pretty fucking good, actually. After that, they're not worth watching, but it's one of those things where somebody had a good idea and then money got thrown at it and it sucked ever since. No, they would not survive a horror. Yes, they are the dumb cheerleaders in the opening scene of the horror movie. I will explain now. The young sirs will practice storming a building, training as special forces. Why are they doing this? They have all the hired bodyguards they fucking need. This is just so the author can say, "Oh, they're such badasses and they're really cool and they know special forces stuff and it's meant to appeal to the female I want to protect her thing is what it is. Because this is the both of them. Because what is this? Their women are literally sitting there watching them be badasses and show that, like, look, if you ever get kidnapped, I can storm the building and rescue you. That's going to happen at some point, and she's going to shoot someone at some point. This is Chekhov's gutting these things. Or at least it better be, or why the fuck is it here? Yes, they would go into the basement that only has one door that locks behind you the second you get in, yes. But that's what this is. This is supposed to make them just wet and horny because look at what my man can do and he's such a good protector and he'll always rescue me. Leaving out the part that he is the reason you're in danger, of course. This is so dumb. Like, seriously. This would also be dumb, but it would at least be believable dumb. Having them wearing fucking GoPros while doing paintball. Okay? That I can accept. Change it from actual guns and storming the building. Make it paintball, okay? That's believable. Ugh. He informed us in his imperfect English. It tests quickness of reaction, judgment under pressure, reflex and shooting technique. Hi. You want to come up? All right. Hello. Hi. This is back. Hi. Hi. Somebody needed to come back. Why did you do that? I love you too. You still falling asleep. Hey, we can come up with some rules. Nightball. We can figure that out. But yeah, paintball or airsoft. And yes, voice to text sucks. Okay, since you want to be a cuddly puppy, I will try to cuddle your furry butt for a little while, okay? Okay? Try to cuddle you. He just really wants love and attention tonight. Also, he's jealous. You're jealous? Yes, you are. He doesn't think that's a bad thing. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yes, you're so sleepy. You're so sleepy. Go sleep. They were always better than most professional soldiers I have trained, but they haven't visited me in a while, so we'll see. Oh, of course. Not only can they do all this shit, they're better than professional soldiers? I don't fucking think so. I was dumbstruck. The same man who trained the military also trained the mafia? Why are you surprised? At some point, something moved on screen. Dominic and Massimo were passing through doors, expertly shooting at mannequins imitating terrorists. It's so. Even for this book, this is dumb. Really, really dumb. The hypocrisy, Olga said in Polish. Killing baddies while being bad guys themselves. Hypocritical or not, their training routine was sexy as hell, called it. And the focused expression on Massimo's face was turning me on in a way I hadn't felt before. I highly doubt this. But what did I fucking say? That this is foreplay. I'm petting a puppy, I'm petting a puppy, I'm petting a puppy. The two men were sneaking through rooms, shooting and covering each other. They looked like boys playing war. That's what they are. The main difference was that their guns were real. It was over in a couple minutes. They fooled around, shouting and laughing and making funny faces into the cameras, waving their guns around like rappers on American TV. Okay, America Kitchen's deserved stray there. Sorry, but it's deserved. Idiots, Olga muttered, getting up. I'm with Olga on this. This is dumb. Having said our goodbyes to Don Mateo, we took our seats in the cars and drove back home. The sci-fi BMW, as I guess we're calling the blue car, silently down the highway to the accompaniment of the latest manly song in the least manly song in the world. Strani Amore by Laura Puccini. I'm sure this is a real song. Massimo was goofing around, singing along to the song. He acted and looked like a normal guy today. An ordinary, passionate 30-year-old who likes to have fun. He didn't resemble the authoritative, totalitarian asshole obsessing over my safety and throwing tantrums whenever anyone stands in his way. Is this the first time we're getting to see him like act kind of normal? Because I think it is. She's not wrong about the song or about them being idiots. Either one, they are idiots. We passed the off-ramp that Dominic and Olga's Bentley took and zoomed past them. I sent Massimo a search, but didn't say anything. I didn't have to. He knew what I wanted to ask. His lips stretched in a smile as he stepped on the accelerator. We drove another 31 miles until the signs directed us to Messina. For a long time, Massimo drove through the labyrinth of narrow streets before finally stopping by a monumental wall made of elaborately arranged stones. He produced a small remote from his pocket and a great wooden gate opened for us. I sent him another quizzical look, but he only raised his brows, grinning and driving up the ramp. Like, I would hate this. I would hate this. I would hate this once, let alone constantly. The car stopped by a breathtakingly beautiful 2-story house. Oh, this is him going, look, I bought a house. Because now we're going to have a baby, so even though I live in a mansion that has all the room in the world, I bought us a family home. This is that scene. He stepped out. Come, he said, offering me a hand. I was silent, expecting an explanation. Massimo offered none. Instead, he turned the key in the lock and led me inside. Holy crap! I was out of breath. A massive, cavernous living room was dominated by the most beautiful Christmas tree I'd ever seen. It was golden red. The fireplace crackled with fire and white fur carpet lay next to it. There were sofas and armchairs in various hues of brown and beige, a long wooden coffee table and a large flat-screen TV adjoining the room was a massive dining room with a monumental oak table, shiny candle holders, and chairs upholstered with burgundy cloth. The whole space was warm, subtle, and luxurious. What is this, Massimo? I spun on my heel and shot him an amazed look. This is my gift for you. The Christmas tree. No, honey. Oh, here we go. We finally got a honey. Puppy, I have to put you down when I'm required to play with fire. Just letting you know. You got till I read the other side of the page. I can't play with fire with you on my desk, okay? The house. I bought it because I wanted it to remind you of me and our child. See, told you. I want you to have only good memories of this place. This is going to be your place on Earth. I never want you to run away from me again. And if you ever need some time alone, this place will be waiting for you. So instead of like the submissive having her own bedroom, he's given his sex slave her own house. Does that make him better than Christian Grey for the upgrade? He stepped closer to me and cupped my face in his hands. If you want to move out of the mansion, we can live here together. There isn't going to be as much staff, but we'll be together. Just you and me and our son. Daughter, this place is private and entirely safe. Happy holidays, my love. His lips touched mine. They're going to do it under the tree. And his teeth gently bit into my lower lip. What is with the biting of the lips? Nobody likes this. Stop doing it. He grabbed my ass and lifted me from the ground. I wrapped my legs around his hips and returned his kiss. He caressed my lips. His hands wandered all over my body as he carried me to the huge table in the dining room. Stop doing it on the table! He laid me out on the tabletop and pulled his t-shirt off with a fluid motion. I couldn't stop grinning as he took my shorts off. What about the boots? I asked as the shorts and my lace panties flew across the room, landing on the floor somewhere. You can keep those on. What is it with guys in the thing with doing it with heels on? Like, he motioned to me to raise my arms, and a moment later I was splayed before him, wearing only the long mid-thigh-high socks and black boots. Massimo placed his strong hands on my hips and lifted me, pushing me deeper onto the table. Surprising. I thought he'd rather want to pull me closer and slide his manhood inside me. First time I think she's called it manhood. Like, she's used every possible word for penis ever. His eyes, flaring with lust and half closed, drilled holes into me. I spread my legs wide, propping my feet on the table. She's definitely ruining the table with those heels. And crossed my arms above my head. The man in black moaned. I love that, he whispered, unbuttoning his jeans. This is literally lifted out of 50 Shades. She's doing the pose, they've got the boots, and he's wearing jeans. His gaze didn't leave my wet pussy even for a moment. Nice to know they're so connected and intimate when they're fucking. I swear to God, they never look at each other when they're having sex, ever. Ever. I know. He stood at the base of the table, naked, stroking the insides of my thighs. This house has another great feature, he said, and took a few steps towards the wall, pressing a button on the panel by the fireplace. Silence by delirium reverberated through the whole space. The sound system. See, there we go. He's got the douchebag DJ sound system, just like whatever his name was in the Mister. Didn't his name start with an M too? I think it did. He said with a smile before pushing his tongue into my moist hole. Can we never have those two words together again, please? I had been waiting for this moment since he first shot his gun back at the shooting range. My body writhed under his touch as his tongue assaulted me. It was violent, full of lust as it played with my clit. Slowly, he slid 2 fingers into my pussy and started to stroke. Lazily, he moved them in and out. Another moment and I would come. Wrong spelling. Massimo said, I know, I'd been at the very edge of ecstasy since he'd taken his pants off, but I didn't want to climax so fast. I know you're about to come, still the wrong spelling, Massimo said, slipping a finger into my ass. That was it. I came immediately, my body arched, tense and shaking. The man in black didn't stop. His movements only quickened. And I'm putting the puppy down so I can burn the other page. Come here, I know it's not fair, I know. You should be allowed to cuddle as long as you want forever. I know. Okay. Lay down on your pillow and have a nap, okay? Okay? Can you do that? I know you don't want to. I know you don't want to. I know. You don't want to. You get rub in the belly. You like the belly. Yes, boy. Okay. Come here, you floppy thing. There we go. That's a good baby. Good baby. Alrighty. uh, oh, we have had honey before. Okay. No, we have had honey before. I thought it was a first, but it's not. Alright, for the first time tonight, and probably not the last. Burn, baby, burn. See, that just went straight per hole. But only through one page. That's not bad. Yeah, the trick is really just get it really close. It seems to work best. His movements only quickened. Again, babe. Another finger in my back passage. Oh God, I cried out, surprised at the intensity of the sensation. He's done a lot worse. His tongue fondled my pulsating clit, picking up the pace. Another orgasm came a dozen seconds later. Then another, and one more. Ugh. I've never known any woman that could actually say that this is a real thing. They came and went in waves of exhausting ecstasy. Images of Massimo were flashing through my mind, with his gun, focused and strong, then laughing and carefree. I opened my eyes and looked at him. His eyes were full of animalistic lust. I came so hard then. My fingers clenched around his hair, and when the last orgasm flooded like a wave through my whole body, I felt cramps all around. They were paralyzing. I collapsed back to the tabletop with a crash. What were you doing? How were you? Because he's going down and fingering her. She's laying on the table. So at best, she was like doing half a sit up and then fell back. And I'm sorry, but the cramps are a bad thing, especially when you're with child. I'm assuming the cramps are bad, yet she's not acknowledging the bad. Ugh. Like, she's not going to tell him. Good girl. All right, we get more fire already. Massimo breathed, biting his lip. Then he grabbed my ankles and savagely pulled me to the very edge of the table. Of course, he's not done yet. The music reminding me of prayers undulated in the air, and I loved my husband more than ever. Okay, fucking in a cathedral to gospel music, something I've never wanted to do. I mean, I applaud Madonna, and it's a great music video. Got her excommunicated by the Catholic Church. You go, girl. But without taking his eyes off me, he grabbed his erect manhood. What is with the sudden use of manhood? All of a sudden. Why are we suddenly using this word? Also, I do not think that word means what you think it means. And there's a puppy on my leg because somebody's really, really sucky tonight. Oh, don't give me the face. Why are you giving me the love me face, huh? Why are you doing the puppy face? You are well loved. He's in the toddler stage where he needs to go back to sleep, but he doesn't want to, so he's going, Mommy, Mommy, Mommy. Cerebellum, I'm sure you remember. When they're very tiny and they're overtired and they don't want to sleep. 'Cause I'm not tired. I'm not tired. I'm not tired. Go to sleep. Lay down. Good listening. Good puppy. Go to sleep. Freaking smoke alarm. I'm gonna fucking. Resisting the urge to go yell at the neighbors. Because I know who it is. I know who it is. I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but I no longer care. Just stop setting the damn smoke alarm off. He grabbed his erect manhood and slowly, gently slid it inside me, keeping watch of my reaction. Harder, I whispered, nearly inaudible. Still happens. So they don't grow out of it? Harder, I whispered, nearly inaudibly, and I thought I had skipped a page because he replies, "Don't provoke me, babe. You know I can't." I'm sorry, you're afraid to fuck her harder because you think what? You're gonna damage the baby? That's not how that works. And you were letting her shoot guns, which is infinitely more dangerous than slightly aggressive sex. I missed the old violent Massimo. Okay, so now we're just saying the quiet part out loud. She likes the violence. She likes it really, really, really rough. Again, perfectly fine. If they had ever had a conversation establishing actual limits, or if he respected her when she said no, which he doesn't. It was the only thing I really hated about my pregnancy, that he couldn't fuck me as I liked the most. I could see he wasn't fully satisfied either. This is going to lead to cheating. This is going to lead to like consensual cheating, kind of, if you see what I mean. It's worse because they're able to sneak and problem solve. Yep. See, you never planned on your kids getting smart, did ya? This is what most parents never planned on. The day that your kids are smarter than you, or do something that you told them not to. I could see he wasn't fully satisfied either, but the good of the baby was more important than good fucking. Then why are you doing it at all? And also bullshit. I mean, don't strangle her, but you can, you know, you don't have to you don't have to be like freaking Amish. The man in black moaned softly and dropped his head, sliding the entire length of his cock inside me. Shortly, his hips started swaying rhythmically back and forth. He made love to me. It was a paradox that this man could be the epitome of gentleness and care. He reacted to each breath coming out of my lungs, each movement of my head. With the fingers of his right hand, he caressed my nipples, squeezing harder once every moment. The thumb of his left hand circled my throbbing clitoris. The mix of pain and the ecstasy was bubbling inside me, threatening to explode again. We're making me feel completely weightless. Did he drug her again? Because I would think that is more. Oh God, here we go. It's about to get worse. Hit me, I pleaded when another song started. This scene is going to be in the movie and it's going to be ridiculously long. His hips stopped. Hit me, Don Massimo, I cried when he didn't react. So now she just straight up saying, just smack me. Like, again, I've seen this in porn. If it's your thing, fine. But their relationship is so horrible. And he has beaten her for real and other people non-consensually. So it's like, what in the actual fuck? Like, this is not okay. This doesn't make it okay. His eyes flared with fury and his hand shot out, clasping around my throat. There we go. The one thing I said don't do. And she didn't say strangle me, she said hit me. I let out a scream filled with lust and desire, throwing my head back. He was this close to fucking me like an animal, but I knew he wouldn't. For a second, he considered my words before finally pulling me off the table, standing me down by the wall, leaning me against it. Like a whore, he hissed, pushing his dick back in as I leaned my forehead on the cold stone. Why does that make her like a whore? I mean, she definitely is a whore at this point because she's very much trading her body for a luxurious lifestyle. Again, you do you in your ways, and I don't genuinely try not to judge, but yeah, I'm with Seth Dale at this point. What in the actual fuck? He won't pound her in missionary position. He won't just go hard in the pussy because he's like worried about damaging the baby. But choking her, slamming her into a wall, and now I guess he's gonna beat her to some degree. I'm guessing he's just gonna spank her, but that's okay. He's not concerned about that. Like, please. I felt the delirious bliss coming to me again. He grabbed my hair with one hand and my throat with the other. See, this is what I'm concerned about with the pregnancy. The grabbing of the throat and the choking and that I'm concerned about. It didn't matter that his movement inside me was slow and gentle. The violence of what he did with his hands was making me red hot with lust. He strangled me, but very skillfully. I need a drink. I need a drink. I haven't had a drink in 3 weeks. I need a drink. If I'm gonna deal with this shit, I cannot be sober. And I can't drink, and that sucks. Uh, this is so bad. Like, this hurts. Like, as a woman, this hurts. As a human being, this hurts. And I really have to blow my nose. I'm very sorry, but this is like, oh my god. Oh my god. It just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Somehow. I don't understand it. Yeah, not how that works. A lot of not how that works. Like, I don't screw around with breath play or air games or, you know, erotic asphyxiation. That's not in my wheelhouse. I have reasons I don't do it. It's way too dangerous for me. You know, I again, if you do you, but do it safely. This is not safe. When I hear skillfully choke, I think choking someone where you can't tell you choked them, not sexy time. That page needs to be ripped out and burned. We can make that happen, and there's a puppy on my leg. As soon as I read the back half of it, we can make that happen. Yes, you heard me do the distress sounds, and now you're being emotional support puppy, aren't you? Okay, puppy emojis in the chat to show him he's a good boy. Right? Right? You're a good boy, aren't you? Yes, you are. But we can make that happen because there's already a word on the other side that I had to burn anyway. So yeah, we can definitely rip this whole page out. We can definitely do that. All right, I'm gonna finish this paragraph, and then we will play with fire. Yeah, I've still got some water in here to throw on it in case I set myself on fire, so we can do that. And reminder, lemonade and ducks, lots of painted ducks. And I'm sorry you can't have, little puppy. Especially the painted ones. The paint's probably very, very not good for you. Oh, but look at all the puppies for you. Yes, they're all for you because everybody loves you so much because you're such a good boy. Yes, you're such a good boy and you take such good care of mommy, don't you? Yes, you take good care of mommy, don't you? Yes, you do. Yeah. Yes, you're a good baby and you take good care of mommy. He's a good little boy. I could barely keep my arousal at bay. At one point, he took his hand away from my throat only to painfully punish my swollen nipples. His teeth bit into my ear, then my neck and shoulder, but I couldn't do anything to retaliate. Sorry, is her best time having sex where they're just beating the shit out of each other? Like, when he felt he was getting close, he let go of me and turned me around. Sit down, he said, pointing to a low stool. Then he grabbed my chin between an index finger and thumb, opening my mouth. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. Ugh. You know what? You know what I didn't do today? I forget the Tums. Hey, things stuck to a thing, stop it. I always forget the Tums, okay? Piling the Tums on the desk. Sorry for the crunchy sound. Necessary precaution. Okay, that's really minty. Feels like I just ate half a tube of toothpaste. All the way, girl. So now he's just calling her girl. Without warning, because sitting you down and telling you to open your mouth wasn't enough of a warning. He pushed his cock into my mouth and started fucking it brutally, flooding my throat with a great wave of cum just a minute later. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. I spelled it right this time. Still doesn't get the picture out of my head. I choked trying to rip his hands off me, but he didn't stop until he was done. Finally, his hips stopped pushing, but his dick was still resting on my lower lip. What is with this guy and nearly murdering women with his dick? Come here. Hello, 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 hello. Hi, you're a puppy. Hi, hello, hi. Okay, I'm trying to hold you. I'm trying to hold you. I'm trying to hold you. Your feet are stuck. Hold on. All the feet. Okay, 4 feet. Remember? You have 4 feet. No, I don't. You have very stinky puppy breath. He wants to lick my face so bad right now. And he knows he can't because I'm wearing makeup. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay? After I take it off, you can lick, okay? Okay? Later, after I take it off, I promise, I will pick you up and you can just lick my entire face as much as you want, okay? He'll hold me to it too. He remembers when I promise him things like that. Okay. I know being laid on the desk is not your favorite, but you'll take it because you're being petted. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, since it's acceptable compromise, but he still expects extra belly rubs later. Oh, good baby. Yes, good baby. Swallow, he ordered, gazing at me coldly. I did as he told me. Only then did he let me go, pushing me towards the couch. That's not rapey sounding at all, except that it totally is, and it's intentional. Ugh. 2 Tums, and I'm still getting the you might bomb it burps. That's not okay. This is why I don't eat on Saturdays. Which is why I'm always starving by the end of this, and tonight, all I want is fucking chicken. I don't know why, but a lot of chicken. Probably because I'm craving the shit out of some things, but. Ugh. But like a whole rotisserie chicken. And just that. Nothing else. Just the chicken. That's all I want. I don't want any sides or anything else. I just want a whole rotisserie chicken that I can just eat the whole thing without, well, probably not the whole thing, but at least like say half of the thing without feeling guilty. Oh, what? I'm sorry. I stopped petting you. I have to adjust the book, okay? I love you, he called out with a wide grin as he turned to the wall to lower the volume down a bit. You know most whores aren't as kinky as you, he asked, laying next to me and covering the both of us with a soft blanket. They should look for another job, I shrugged. Yeah, because we're just assuming all the whores that he runs are, like, voluntary and not trafficked or, being held captive. So we're what's it called? It's a variation of the seeing the world through rose tinted glasses thing, because that's what she's doing. She's saying he just employs prostitutes legitimately. Which I don't believe that prostitution is legal in Italy. I do think prostitution should be just legal, period. But I don't believe that it is in Italy, which is not to say that it doesn't happen, of course. But she's acting like these women are like paid employees, his whores, and just ignoring reality. Lemon pepper rotisserie chicken and some rice. Yeah, that does sound very nice. I love Chinese rice, Chinese fried rice with chicken in it. Love it. Definitely my go-to. And I know this Chinese place that actually does really, really, really good, um, like slow cook honey garlic short ribs. So good. Expensive, but very, very tasty. Uh, they should look for another job. I shrugged, licking his nipple. I'm going to the doctor tomorrow. I hope he'll allow us to do as we like in bed. Massimo wrapped his arm around me. Me too. I don't know how long I'll be able to cope with your provocations. It's not my fault I like it a bit rough. Okay, girl, that's not a bit rough. I'm not sure if I want to live rough. The man in black turned his face towards me, looking me in the eyes. A bit? I nearly choked you, woman. So he's aware. And yet somehow choking her nearly unconscious, both with his hands and his dick, he does not consider a threat to the fetus. But rough sex, yeah. I sighed loudly and lay on his back, Honestly, sometimes I'm afraid of how you make me feel. And imagine how scared I am of who I'm becoming with you. Yeah, if I was starting to see myself significantly change after being held captive for, we're going into what, like 5 months now? Yeah, I'd be scared too. The problem is this isn't a significant change for her. She hasn't changed at all. She's kind of just embracing her inner evil, maybe. We would argue that. But that's the end of the chapter. So we have a page to burn because it was requested and because I love my audience and because I very much am a person that does what she is told. And it already had a mark on it for good girl. So this is the page of the rapey sex and the choking sex and the please hit me and make it violent. This is the page. So here we go. Little preemptive fire show. Yes, I'm going to put down the doggy. Wait, puppy, I need a bookmark. Okay, bookmark. Okay, puppy, I'm very sorry. I know you hardly got any cuddle time except for all of the cuddle time. I'm sorry, but I can't burn things with you in my arms because I don't want to set you on fire and you don't like it. I know you're pretending to be asleep. Okay, you little puppy are going to go on your pillow. You're going to curl up and you're going to go to sleep, okay? Okay? Can you do that for me? Okay? Be my good boy, okay? Yes, I love you too. I love you very much. Okay? I love you all the best. Yes, I do. And he's giving me the look like, no, up. Puppy goes up. I'm supposed to be up, mommy. All right. Emergency container. Okay? Emergency container, paper, enough water to put it out if something goes wrong. We may play with fire, but we do so responsibly. So, for being the absolute worst, we are once again burning an entire page before the end of the book because it deserves it, because it is that freaking bad. So, let's see how cool we can make this look. And I don't have anything else to hold it, so I'm just going to drop it when it gets too close to my hand. Whoa, there is a lot of heat coming off this. It's burning quite beautifully, though. All gone. It's quite a lovely smell. Very nice. And see, we didn't set anything on fire, and we didn't even make that much of a mess. Yes, fire, 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 fire. All of the fire. Yeah, thank you for noticing. I managed to do that without setting off my smoke alarm. It really didn't make any smoke. I don't know why. Sometimes this book smolders and smokes like mad, other times it doesn't. This is just further proof that it's part Necronomicon. Oh, alright. Stretch break. Remember to get up and stretch. And walk around, get a snack, get a drink. Do I have any water left? Yes, I do. Alright. Chapter 9. Good morning. His warm voice cradled me before I opened my eyes. I purred and pushed my face into his torso, inhaling the barely detectable scent of his cologne. My neck hurts, I said, my eyes still shut. Probably because we spent the night on the couch. Yeah, it couldn't have anything to do with the choking and the strangling. My eyes snapped open, and for an instant I felt panic. Only upon seeing the gigantic Christmas tree did I recall where we were and what we had done the night before. Don't know about you, but in Poland we only decorate the tree on Christmas Eve. Maybe a day before that if kids can't wait. But December 6th, I yawned. Okay, you were the one who was making such a big deal. If it pleases you, we can keep it for the whole year. And besides, what was I supposed to do? Wrap the whole house like a present? For starters, you didn't have to buy it. Oh, please. He rolled to his back and pushed me under his arm. It's an investment. Besides, I'm not sure if the mansion in Tormina is the best place for the baby. I'd like to keep you here. Only for me. There's always too many people over there. So literally, I would like you to have this house to raise the child in, and I will drop by for sex. But like that's what it sounds like. He's just literally keeping her as his like personal whore and thing that raises my child. Like he's not going to live there. Like but Olga's there too. I looked at him, propped myself on an elbow. What am I to do here all by myself? Massimo sat up and leaned back facing me. You'll have the baby, and me as well. Is that not enough? So you literally want her to be confined to this house and not see anyone or go anywhere and just raise your kid. Like and also he's so being gray right now. I saw the sorrow in his eyes. He was genuinely sad. I had never seen him like that. I quickly cupped his face in my hands and touched his brow with mine. Darling, but you're always out. See, this is my point. He's never around. I rubbed my temples nervously, looking for a solution. I got it. When the baby's born, we'll try living in the mansion at first. If it turns out you were right, we'll move here. If not, we'll stay there. And in that case, this place will be my private retreat. And a place for all kinds of debauchery, when I'll be able to fuck and drink to my heart's content again. So instead of the red room, they just have a whole house that's just for fucking. I slipped out from under the blanket and danced a wild, happy dance of a sex-addicted alcohol. Okay, I slipped out from under the blanket and danced a wild, happy dance of a sex-addicted alcoholic. Okay, we made jokes about her being an alcoholic, but apparently she's admitting to it, and that's okay. I guess. Massimo watched me with amusement before taking me into his arms and carrying me across the house. In that case, let's stamp our mark everywhere around the house so it only reminds you of all the decadent things we do together. There's fucking every room. Please don't detail it. When we returned to the mansion in Tormina, I jumped out of the car and ran straight to the dining room. Food. Food. It was the only thing I could think about. Our new house might have been gorgeous, but the fridge back there was empty. Pancakes, I called out, barging into the room and noticing Olga sitting by the big table. She glanced at me and closed the laptop she'd been using. I remember the good old times when you used to puke at the thought of food. Now your ass is getting fatter by the minute. Oh, so is she also like anorexic bulimic? I mean, she is a former dancer. Not that I'm throwing stereotypes, except those are the ones that are usually true. No, most dancers just don't eat. And they smoke a lot. Belly, not ass, I corrected, heaping my plate with food. Besides, my ass is so small it could use some fattening up. Olga smiled. There's the fucking smoke alarm again. Olga smiled and poured me a cup of tea, added some milk and threw in 2 teaspoons of sugar. I got a Rolex, she said, waving her hand in my face. Pink, pink, I cannot pronounce the word pink. Pink gold, mother of pearl and diamonds. What did you get? Yeah, because we're both whores, so let's just compare the stuff we're getting by fucking murderous evil men. A house, I mumbled with my mouth full. Olga's eyes bulged and she swallowed loudly. You got what? She asked, shocked. A fucking house. You deaf all of a sudden? Fucking hell, I got a watch, you got a house. There's no such thing as justice. Well, she married, girl. Like, step up your game. Get Dominic to marry you. I'm sure he'll buy you a fuck palace, too. They're just the worst. They're just both two incredibly shallow, materialistic horrors. Which, again, you do you, but own it. And this is not doing that. This is glorifying it. Get pregnant with a mobster, marry the guy, then live with the bossy asshole hiding a gun under his pillow. You'll get a castle. See? Yeah. We both chuckled at that, high-fiving each other. Yeah, blood money's great, isn't it? What's so funny? Massimo asked, entering the room and taking a seat. Also, somehow I'm really, really, really hungry now. Puppy, go to the pizza place down the street and get a rotisserie chicken and bring it back here, okay? Yeah, he got as far as go get the chicken, but then he would just lay down and eat it. Wouldn't you? Even he can't deny his love of chicken. Yes. It's just the best thing ever, isn't it? Yes. He was wearing a black suit and black shirt, which meant he was going to a funeral or just working today. Where are you going? I asked, putting the fork down. I need to see the doctor at 1. That's where I'm going, he replied, helping himself to some eggs. In that gravedigger's outfit? Olga asked. The man in black sent her a dispassionate look and poured himself a cup of coffee. Dominic is upstairs jacking off. Jacking off? It's jerking off, honey, not jacking off. Unless you're watching The Surrogates, which was a very overlooked Bruce Willis movie that didn't get its due. I mean, it's not the greatest movie, it's very basic, and it needed a better budget, but it's a pretty good movie. The concept's really good. Why don't you go and help him out? He asked, keeping a neutral expression. Oh, that was Massimo saying it. I thought that was Laura saying it. It was Massimo. Olga snorted and leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. He came like 100 times in the past 2 hours. I doubt he's even able to walk right now. But it's nice of you to worry for your brother, Massimo. Does she ever not just publicly broadcast, like, how much and what kind of sex she's getting? She flashed him one of her favorite fake venomous smiles. All right, let's focus on me, I said, interrupting the squabble. Who's going to the clinic with me? I am, they both said, sending each other hostile glares. What is this garbage? Great, I said happily. Then we're all going together. Olga took a sip of coffee and got up. I was just kidding. I only wanted to piss Massimo off. I've missed you, she said, and planted a kiss on my forehead before leaving. You both act like kids, I grumble, helping myself to another portion of Nutella pancakes. Ew! Also, don't eat Nutella when you're pregnant. I'm sure it's very, very bad for baby. It's disgusting in general. We were both on pins and needles waiting for the doctor's opinion at the clinic. Seriously, how do you broach this with your OBGYN? We like really, really, really rough, extremely violent, very dangerous sex. Is that okay while pregnant? See, now I hear a fire truck and I'm concerned. Because that is closer. There's no alarm going off right now, so I'm assuming they're going next door or somewhere close. Okay, it's getting really close. The building alarm, there it is again. There's the smoke alarm again, not the building alarm. Though judging by the doctor's expression, he was even more nervous. That is right here. I don't know why, but Canadian fire trucks, when they turn the siren off, it dies slowly and it sounds awful. That's literally right outside. That is right there. They just stopped in the driveway. They've seen it all. They would rather you ask than not. You can hear it? Yeah, because it's right there. And I'm sure that baby doctors have been asked some really dumb questions a lot. I've heard some stories of couples that couldn't get pregnant and it turned out they weren't doing the sex part right because they had no sex ed and came from conservative places, and so they didn't really know how to do it and they were doing it wrong. All right, come on. One more cuddle. One more cuddle, then you're going for a nap, dude. Okay, I know. There's big loud sound. I know. There's big loud sound. You hear people. I know. I know you do. You're a very good puppy. Right now you're fat. Yes, you're fat. You weigh an extra pound right now because you ate all your food. Come here. Oh, and you're stuck on my shirt. Come here. Come here. Come here. Okay? See, you're getting your baby cradle. You're getting your baby cradle, yes. Yes. This is how I cuddle you in bed. Yes. While you chew on my pillow. Why do you do that? Huh? Why do you do that? There's one particular corner of the pillow that if I don't stop him, he will just kind of lazily kind of. He mostly slobbers, but I don't know why he does that. It has to be that particular corner. Why do you do that? Oh, good squishy. It's okay. Oh, knocked down a duck. That was my fault. That was my fault. You're okay. Nope. Can't have it. Nope. No. He still tried to go for it. I was reaching for it and he tried to grab it before I could get it. I'm sorry I took it away. I'm sorry. It'll suck. I'm gonna go next door with a fucking hammer if they don't stop setting the thing off. Though judging by the doctor's expression, he was even more nervous. That wasn't surprising. The man in black himself had shown up in his office. Okay, I'm sorry. Are we saying just literally everyone in like the entire island knows who Massimo is on sight? Because I'm sorry. Dude's never had a kid before, so some random OBGYN is not going to know who your mobster husband is, and quite frankly, they probably wouldn't care that much. Massimo wanted to make sure the doctor wouldn't tell me the baby's sex. Okay, fuck him for that. If she wants to know, she can know, as long as she doesn't tell him. He doesn't get to decide that she doesn't get to know. There's ashes in my hair. Okay, I think I got it. Yeah, well, him getting shot did make the local news, so I mean, also is that not a confusing thing here that he is a murderer, mob boss, pimp, drug runner, gun dealer, and he apparently does all this just openly and publicly, and no one cares. And like I know he said he paid off the police, but that doesn't go that far. When the examination started and the gynecologist pulled a condom over the ultrasonogram, we're getting that word again. I gotta look up, is this a European thing? Do they just call it an ultrasonogram in Europe instead of ultrasound or sonogram, which is the two words I'm used to hearing? Do they just call it one word there? Is this a European thing or is this a bad writing thing? Yes, that's it. It's a mechanical siren, so as the impeller slows, it starts to sound sick or demented. Yes, it does. That's what it sounds like. That is what it sounds like. My husband nearly blew a gasket. I couldn't hide my amusement. Why is he freaking out? Because there was a condom involved or because somebody's shoving something up her and he objects to that? I'm not sure what the objection is there. My husband bravely stood by through the whole procedure. I'm sorry, he doesn't get bravery points for doing nothing. Trying to keep his eyes on the screen, but shooting glances at my face once in a while. Dr. Ventura, because that's not going to make me think of the Jim Carrey movies, sat at his desk holding the USG image and test results. I called the Hungarian doctor that had taken care of Mrs. Torricelli, he said. He sent me the documentation and added his own remarks. He did a perfectly good job taking care of you, although there were some critical points. He paused and took a sip of water. What matters is the latest test results are perfect. You're doing great and the baby's developing like it should. It's big and healthy. Your heart is coping with the additional load. There are no reasons to worry at all. Well, there we go. So everything's fine now. He probably doesn't do it openly, but the reputation of the mafia precedes him. That's entirely possible. It seems to be a blending of things. It may just be what they call it over there. Yeah. I know, right? They're two different things. That's what's confusing the shit out of me. Because they are two different things. They're not the same thing. But if you don't do any research or you don't know, you could think that they're the same thing and turned into one word. But we'll see. Mm. Dr. Ventura, Massimo knitted his brows and crossed his arms. Yes, Don Massimo, the doctor stammered. Okay, so he's using the title. Hi, puppy. You need to go to sleep. Yes, I love you very much. Why has the life of my child been endangered? What are you talking about? Like, okay, I guess he means when she was like struggling before, but dude, say things in a less creepy manner. Well, the doctor grabbed the documents laying on the desk and leafed through the pages nervously. The Hungarian doctor informed me that your wife was under a lot of pressure, and it lasted longer than a day or two. Her heart couldn't keep pace. Her body rebelled. To keep it simple, it started treating the fetus like a threat, leeching its vitality. So, in other words, she nearly had like a stress induced miscarriage. But everything's okay now, right? I asked, caressing Massimo's hand, but keeping my eyes trained on the doctor. Yes, it's absolutely okay. What about sex? The man in black pinned Dr. Ventura with his icy stare. I think the poor man would tell him whatever he wanted to hear now. Yeah, that's not the kind of relationship you want. You kind of need the truth in this situation. If you're asking if there are any contraindications, then no. And what about more intense sexual activities? I asked, dropping my eyes. Girl, you are going to have to specify. I lifted my head and saw the doctor's eyes darting between me and Massimo. God, if we were going to keep beating around the bush with this, we'd never learn anything, and my husband would keep fucking me like a lazy koala for the next 6 months. Took a deep breath. Okay, she's about to do the honesty being because he can't, even though I would expect him to be the blunt one. The National Cancer Institute has the term ultrasonogram in their dictionary, so it's probably the most formal term. Okay. At least it's a real word. That's more than I can say for a couple words in here. Hey, by the way, we are almost at the halfway point. We are almost halfway through this book. Itchy. Oh, and my hands smell like burnt. Okay, so I need a shower. Let me rephrase it, Doctor. We like rough sex. Can we have rough sex? Again, you're not explaining it properly because you do a lot more than rough. Ventura's face blushed. No, he didn't. And he leafed through some more papers as if looking for an answer there. He might be a gynecologist and probably had conversations like this a couple of times a day, but never with the boss of the local mob. Isn't he an obstetrician, not a gynecologist? Because again, those are two different professions. And you can definitely be both, and that happens a lot. But one is the correct term and the other is not. You can have sex however you like. Okay, how about you add in, can he violently choke me while fucking my ass while he's slamming me against a wall? Is that okay? Specifically? Because he really likes the choking. Swear to God, now it's doing the dead battery beep again because they took the fucking battery out again because whatever the fuck they're doing kept setting it off for real. So now it's doing the dead battery beep. I swear the people next to me cook drugs. I swear to God, it's like the only goddamn explanation for why this shit keeps happening. Massimo rose gracefully and led me to the door. I didn't even have time to say goodbye. We practically ran out onto the street where he pushed me against the closest wall. Yeah, I knew it. I'm like, he's dragging her off for sex. And I'm like, dude. You can make your goodbyes. I want to fuck you. Right now, he breathed, his face inches from my own. I'll pound you so hard you'll feel just how much I've missed it. Come with me. He pulled me by the hand, leading me to the car. He pushed me inside and teleported to the other side. Before I managed to buckle up, the vehicle was already racing towards the highway. This sounds safe. We passed our turn, continuing on to Messina. I knew where he was taking me, and I couldn't hide my joy at the thought of getting fucked in the privacy of our new house. No people around, no security, no Olga or Dominic, only the two of us. I have one more surprise for you, Massimo said, opening the wooden gate with the remote. He glanced at me, waiting for it to finish opening. A sly smirk stretched on his lips, and his hands clenched the steering wheel. When the gate finally swung open, he stepped on the accelerator. The BMW's tires screeched, and we drove all the way to the entrance door. Massimo jumped out of the car, opened the door for me like the gallant knight he was, and then unceremoniously threw me over his shoulder. Past fantasies dying. He turned the key in the lock with me still in his arms, carried me inside, and kicked the door shut. Then he climbed the wide stairs leading to the second floor. I'm going to wash you first, he announced, putting me down on the floor of the beautiful, classy bathroom. I can't stand another man's smell on you. What are you implying happened at the doctor's office? What? Hi. All right. Come here. You are a spoiled puppy. I know. Whoa, you're puppy. You're through the wires. If you break these, I swear to God. Will you settle? You have to let mommy settle you. Why are you being such a sucky tonight? Hmm? Why are we being sucky? Hmm? Hmm? Why are we doing that? You got lots of attention today. Yes. You didn't want to go out. It's too late to take you now. Yeah, he took one look outside and went, no thanks, too cold, too wet, too snowy. You know, if you'd let me put boots on you without eating them. Yeah, boots are a no with him. His sweater is great. He loves his sweater. His sweater is the best thing that ever happened in the universe. But boots are for chewing. I snorted with laughter. I didn't think the rubber condom or the USG machine smelled of anything. He's just a doctor. He's a man, he barked. Raise your arms. Okay, there's something very fucked up about this. I can't precisely say what it is, but there's something very, very, very fucked up about this. He pulled my cashmere sweater off and then undressed me completely. All the clothes flew to the ground. This is mine, he growled as his eyes took in the sight of my naked body. So he's just going full Christian Grey right there with the this is mine, and that's getting underlined. Because we gonna burn it. Okay, puppy, you're not making this easy. See how much he cares. Only yours, I confirmed as he pushed me into the shower. Dude, you can't even run her a proper bath and like do the romantic, let me wash you with like, that milk stuff you put in the bath and like some rose petals. You can't even do that. You're just literally going like, ew, another man touched you. You're contaminated. Get in the shower, whore. That's what he's doing right now. That's why this is making my stomach turn. You have 3 minutes. He turned his back on me and left without another word. Okay, if he did this to me, I'm bashing his brains in with the toilet tank lid. Because, like, what the fuck do you think you are doing? That was surprising. I had thought he'd fuck me in the shower, or at least play around with the soap a bit. It was disappointing. I squeezed out some shower gel and rubbed it over my skin. Time's up, Massimo called, returning to the bathroom. I thought that was supposed to be a metaphor. I quickly rinsed the soap away. Ready, I spread my arms, displaying my nakedness. Massimo stepped closer, pulling off his shirt and breathed in my scent. Much better, he said, and took me into his arms again. He carried me to the bedroom, which was pleasantly dark, even though it was the middle of the day. What I liked most about the Mediterranean was that all the houses had powered roller blinds installed, making it very easy to blanket their interior in pleasant gloom. I liked darkness. Martin used to tell me it was depressing, one of my worst qualities. He had hated it. Why are we mentioning the long gone ex? A massive bed dominated the room, supported by 4 thick columns. It was crowned with a black canopy. At its foot was a small padded bench with dark gray satin matching the width of the mattress. This is literally the bed. This is the bed and the seating thing. I can't remember what it's called. She's describing the red room, literally from the movie, except it's black instead of red. On both sides of the bed stood night tables with richly engraved fronts, and a similar, though larger cabinet took up a corner of the room. Lit candles gave out a faint glow from its top. The furniture was dark, bulky, and very stylish. Massimo laid me down on the mattress, quickly dumping a few dozen pillows that had been scattered all over the bed to the floor. Surprise, he said with a smirk, reaching behind one of the columns, revealing a chain ending in a soft cuff for the wrist. Oh, we're repeating that! Where he chained her to the bed and then fucked somebody else, only this time he's gonna fuck her. Scenes from our visit to this hotel from a few months back flashed before my eyes. I recalled him tying me to the bed and making me watch Veronica the hooker sucking him off. Did the hooker have a name? I don't think the hooker had a name before. Oh, no, you don't. I launched myself up, eliciting a completely dumbstruck expression on Massimo's face. Don't tease me, baby girl. Oh, there we go. And I forgot to burn something. Don't worry, we'll go back. But there's a puppy, so hold on. He hissed, grabbing my ankle. You still owe me 32 minutes. I'll have them now. He dropped my leg and sent me a quizzical look. Oh, okay, it took me a minute to remember that. But yeah, because he was supposed to be submissive to her for a full hour and he couldn't do it. I really didn't think that was going to come back up. What do you bet it doesn't? And apparently she doesn't want to be tied up. And what do we bet? He is going to ignore that. Don't you remember anymore? I narrowed my eyes, taking a step back. Promise me an hour on our wedding night. I only used about half of my time. I still have 32 minutes left. Lie down, I said confidently, pointing to the spot where I had been sprawled just a minute ago. Okay, what is she? This is going to be bad. This is going to be really, really bad. Okay, puppy, I can't play with fire with you in my arms. So I'm very sorry, but you have to get down and go on your pillow and curl up, okay? I know you're not asleep. Come on. I know. I know the world's so unfair when you're a puppy and you're constantly being cuddled and loved and snuggled and held and belly rubbed. Yes, the world's just not fair. I know. I know. Yeah, you're not sleepy. Okay, go to sleep. Ugh. Okay, go to sleep and don't make mommy knock over the lemonade. It's sticky. Ew, I need to refill this. Massimo's eyes were blazing with lust and his jaw worked steadily. He bit his lower lip and did as I told him. He lay down in the middle of the expansive mattress and lifted his arms. That took me by surprise. I didn't expect him to show this degree of submissiveness, but I wasn't going to wait until he changed his mind. The shackle the shackles tightened over his wrists. So is he putting them on himself or is she putting them on? Because it only counts if she does it. But we have 2 burnings to do. We got mine, and of course, baby girl, which I'm going to run out of space for. And 3, 2, 1. Oh, ooh. Okay, I didn't notice that it was on fire for a second. And for the first time tonight, surprisingly, 2 hours in, surprisingly, baby girl. That's better. There are small latches on the side of the cuffs, he said, turning his head to look at me to look at one of the devices. You need to press them with 2 fingers to make them open. Try it out now. I followed his instructions. It might come in handy in another 15 minutes. The mechanism was simple enough for me to work it, but at the same time it made it completely impossible for the person tied to the bed to free themselves on their own. So these are not safety cuffs. Very smart, I said, clasping the manacle over his wrist again. Thank you. I invented them myself? No, you didn't. Whatever the fuck design of cuffs these are, no, you didn't. Do you know how to free yourself? The man in black froze, a momentary expression of unease marring his face. There is no way to free yourself. I didn't expect to be tied down myself. In other words, he made these for one of 2 reasons: to torture people or rape people. Those are the only 2 explanations here. For a while I pondered if he was telling the truth. No, he's not. but another look into his fearful eyes made everything obvious. Bullshit. Bull fucking goddamn fucking shit. He's afraid. No fucking way in hell. God, I thought E.L. James was like a horrible slut at ascribing traits to the characters that we don't see, that are undeserved, that are out of nowhere. This is worse. He really was at my mercy. No, he's not. That was good. At the same time, it was frightening. I knew what I wanted to do with him, and Massimo wasn't going to allow it. He'd want to retaliate when I freed him. Okay, they have such, like, the level of unhealthy in their dynamic here. Of, like, who has constant sex retaliation and one-upsmanship and beating the shit out of her as a punishment, and, like, what the... This is not goals. This is not goals at all. Why am I so hungry? Is there anything you wouldn't like me to do? I asked, slowly pulling off his pants and silently praying he hadn't figured out what I was going to do. I even want to know what she's gonna do. I swear to God, that thing beeps one more time. I'm going next door with a goddamn hammer and I'll smash it to bits myself. Hello there, Zeus. Thank you for the like. You've arrived at the halfway mark. You missed some stuff that was so disturbing we had to burn the entire page. That was one of several disturbing things, but there's about to be more. For a moment, the man in black considered my question, finally concluding that there wasn't anything that popped into mind. He shook his head. Okay, she's gonna do something that he's gonna object to, and she's gonna be like, "Well, you didn't say I couldn't." Yeah, he's never been this submissive before. His brain doesn't know how to go there. Zeus, do you ever need help designing a torture room? I've done it before, and I'm very good. I'm also very creative. Wonderful. His boxers flew to the floor, and I leaned over his body. My fingers wrapped themselves around his manhood. Why only in this section is she obsessed with the word manhood? Gently stroking. Massimo moaned quietly and leaned his head over the pillows, closing his eyes. I liked it when he allowed himself to relax. What I was about to do would require a certain level of looseness. Is she gonna fuck him? Please tell me she's gonna fuck him. Please tell me there's about to be a strap on. It was the only thing that will make this worth it. And I called it earlier that would happen, but I didn't think that it would because I thought he's not gonna allow it. Something's gonna happen because that would be like disrespectful to him, like the whole like macho thing. It would be like no. And again, I'm not saying do this without consent, but I want to see him suffer. He's an evil, horrible rapist. I want him to suffer. A lot. And I know that doesn't surprise you. Believe me, if I gave you a tour of the various drawers and, you know, containers and boxes in my room that are full of all kinds of... God, I have so much stuff. Like, sex toys and kinky equipment, it just kind of accumulates over the years. Uh, I felt his cock hardening in my hand and heard his breath quickening. Without letting go of him, without letting go of him with my eyes, my tongue traced a little circle around the hole on its tip. The man in black inhaled loudly and held his breath for as long as my tongue stayed connected with his prick. It was red hot. That's probably a bad sign. I could tell just how much he wanted me now by the taste. Ugh! Mm, 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 bad. Very bad. Uh, uh, there is like vomit right up to here. I wouldn't want to rush anything, though. There were still 30 minutes to take advantage of, and I fully intended to squeeze every last bit of pleasure from the time left. My lips straddled the head of Massimo's penis. Of all the ways I could have described that, straddled. Not, not a word I would have gone for. And I slowly pushed my head down, sliding it into my mouth. I wanted to feel each inch. Massimo's hips rose as if he wanted to reach the back of my throat faster, but my hand held him down. I continued the slow, agonizing caress as he muttered something unintelligible. When finally his cock reached the end of the road, pushing against the back wall of my throat, the man in black let out a deep moan and tensed. The chains grew taut, rattling. I lifted my head and repeated the torture. Massimo wriggled, trying to provoke me to pick up the pace, but I wasn't only slowing down. I pushed myself up, propped on my arms and bit his nipple, delighting in the hiss that came out of his mouth. I kissed his torso, caressed his arms, rubbed his throbbing cock with my pussy. It must have been exhausting for him. You didn't say that he's not allowed to come, so and he's not wearing a cock cage. So what exactly are you? Is it implied that he can't, or like I'm not understanding how this is torture for him? I can imagine his blackening eyes beneath his closed eyelids. My tongue trailed up his neck, reaching for his clamped lips. Little by little, I pushed my finger into his mouth, opening it. Massimo, I asked in a whisper, how much do you trust me? This is not a question you need to hear after chaining somebody up, especially if you're the one in chains. This is the thing you talk about before you let the person put you in chains. I'm guessing she's not gonna fully like fuck him, but she's gonna figure him and he's not gonna like it. And then I'm also afraid of what he's gonna do in retaliation because there will be some. The man in black's eyes snapped open and he fixed me with a stare filled with lust. With all my heart. Now take it in your mouth. Yeah, I totally trust you, babe. Now suck the dick. He can't not sound like a frat boy idiot. Like the immaturity alone would be the biggest turnoff in the world. Ugh. Okay, I really want to get up and get water, but I want to finish this section first. I am going to do my mandatory shout out for if you would like to help a girl out and help the channel and help me pay some bills. We have 3 things you can sponsor. One is a random duck drawn out of this bag for $10. PayPal link at the top of the chat. And I will draw a duck at random and you get to name the duck. Or if you don't want to, I will name the duck. So we have random ducks that have never been chosen that will be added to our pantheon of ducks and live on in immortality with your association with it. Or if you don't want a random duck, you can choose, don't drop them this time, A painted duck that I worked very hard on. Also for $10. You can use a painted duck of your choice. Just tell me which one in the notes section so I know which one is yours. And you can have your very own personal painted duck. Or if there is a painted duck you would like me to make, drop the idea in the chat and I will do my best to make it. We still got a lot of ducks that need painting. So if anybody's got ideas out there or just something you want to see and see if I can do it, drop it in the chat. I will give it my best effort. For $25 for the rest of the evening, you can put me in these very real police issue handcuffs that are my personal favorite because they're fun and they help me focus. And if I do it right, they leave marks for at least a couple hours that I can enjoy afterwards, and that's really my favorite part. I gotta get better handcuffs, or at least ones that leave marks. Maybe ones that are like have like notches on the inside or something. I don't know. I can see it in my head, but that doesn't mean that it's real. A lot of things in my head aren't real. You know. In another life, I designed naughty sex toys, I'm sure of it. Or for the grand sum of $50, you can make me chug some very, very sour pink lemonade, an entire large glass in one go, with pulp and everything that sticks to this glass that is actually plastic. But I will chug a glass of this and make a very, very sour face. Okay, end of shameless plug. I laughed derisively and let my tongue moisten his parched lips. He tried catching it with his teeth, but I was faster. You want me to suck you off? My right hand gripped his cock while the left clasped around his jaw. Ask nicely, I ordered through clenched teeth. Don't push it, he growled, his teeth snapping and missing my lips again. All she said was ask me nicely to suck your dick. And he's saying don't push it. That's pushing it? You saying please is pushing it? Now I want her to hurt him. Have it your way, Don Massimo. This is going to be the best blowjob you've ever had. And she's still gonna do it. He didn't do what she wanted. Girl, you don't know how this dominant submissive game works. You don't give him what he wants when he doesn't do what he's told. That's not how it works. I let go of his penis and started to leisurely lower myself until my head hovered above his rock-hard cock. I took it in my mouth, my lips clamping tightly around its head, and I sucked. I had never given anyone a blowjob with such swiftness. The man in black's chest heaved as he muttered something under his breath, pulling at the chains. Relax, darling, I said, licking my index finger and pushing it between his buttocks. I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. He's gonna freak the fuck out. Like, he's going to seriously hurt her or somebody. Like, he might not kill her because she's pregnant, but he's going to kill somebody. This can only end badly. I feel like, who knows Bartok? This can only end in tears. Bartok is so good. I love Bartok. I always want a little plushie of Bartok. And I know who does the voice of Bartok because I know him from something else that I really like and he's funny. And I don't remember. Oh, she said darling. Yes, she did. Thank you. Yes, she said darling. So there it is. And we will mark it. Oh, it's at the top. Why am I blind? So, yes, we shall burn, baby, burn. Yes, the bat and Anastasia! I love Anastasia. You know, everybody thinks it's a Disney movie. It's not. Nope, it was Don Bluth when he finally got fed up with nobody seeing the really good animation movies he was making because Disney had such a fucking headlock on the industry that even though, not that the Disney movies of the time weren't good, they weren't the best, the golden era was over, but he finally got so fed up with like nobody appreciating the originalness of his work. He's like, okay, I'm going to follow the Disney format. And that's what he did with Anastasia. He exactly copied every Disney princess movie with every story beat and everything about it. They own it now. Yeah, they do own it now. Originally they didn't. But he was so good at it that, yeah, everybody thought it was Disney for a really long time before it was because they own everything now. Ow. Ow. Okay, I forgot I cut my mouth yesterday. Ever eat something that's like with like a really crispy crust, like a cracker or something, and it's sharp, and it cuts like right at the corner of your mouth. But yeah, I love that one. What's the big dance song? Once Upon a December. I used to love that song. I used to sing it all the time. But yeah, I love Bartok. He's so cute. Massimo's body grew rigid and his breathing stopped. My hand didn't even manage to touch the spot I was aiming for when his powerful hands grabbed me and rolled me over to my back. I was too surprised to react. His eyes were drilling holes into me, filled with fury. So apparently he can free himself from the cuffs. Duh. He hovered above me wordlessly, pinning me to the mattress, his breath heavy and his brow gleaming with sweat. Didn't you like it? I asked sweetly, making an innocent expression. So she knew exactly what she was doing. Like, they're both evil on so many levels. This is her being particularly evil. This is her, like, really crossing some lines because she knew the reaction she was going to get. Massimo kept silent, and his hands were tightening around my arms. I closed my eyes, unable to watch his sudden anger. Well, isn't that what turns you on? Don't you like it when he gets violent with you? Like, make up your mind. And felt him closing the manacles over my wrist. So he lasted like a whole 4 minutes, by the way. So does he still owe her 28 minutes? And when is she going to bring up I thought you couldn't let yourself out of those, but he clearly can. And now he's putting her in them. The mattress buckled and the bed creaked a little. I opened my eyes, realizing I was alone. I could hear the sound of the water running in the shower. Great, I thought. He left before I could finish. Did I overdo it? I didn't want to hurt him. You didn't. My aim had been to prove something to him, albeit in an unconventional way. I had once read about male anatomy and learned that some experiments may prove very pleasurable to men. Okay, again, there's a conversation that happens before you start doing the thing. Because I have known guys that were okay with that kind of exploration and guys that were incredibly, incredibly, incredibly not. And there's no line in between the two. There is like no middle ground. I have learned there isn't. But she knew which side of that line he was on, so she should not have done this. As enjoyable as for women, or even more so. It turned out the manliest man on earth didn't enjoy those kinds of things. Most men would in his place. Again, you ask. You has a conversation. I won't allow you to take control anymore, Massimo said, breaking my train of thought. I'm amazed he did it in the first place, though he did it badly both times. He was standing in the door, water trickling down his skin, his chest still heaving. How did you free yourself? I asked, changing the subject. And why did you go to the shower? He flashed a sly smile at me and took a few steps closer, stopping only when his cock was nearly touching my face. That's not threatening at all. I won't explain myself to you. Not now, when I intend to fuck so hard they'll hear your screams all the way back in Poland. Here we go. Oh, you're right. You're so right. You're 100% right. That is where that came from. Of the I can change him. It's different because it's me. He's different with me than with everyone else. Ugh. With that, I'm getting some water because I need water. Because nobody has bought me a glass of lemonade and I need hydration. Lemonade is still right here, very, very pink. Also, what is this color? Because that's not the color I remember from childhood. It didn't look like that. Though probably when I was a child, it had like red dye number 5 and all kinds of other things that they're not allowed to put in food anymore in it. Is that better or worse? Subway not allowed to call its bread bread in Europe because of how much sugar is in it. They have to call it pastry. Be right back. Getting water. You don't want to know what the natural red dye is made of? Is it cochineal beetles? I know they're used in art and makeup, so it wouldn't surprise me if they were previously used in food. Yes, yeah, I'm familiar. I know them from art, from the paints that use the shells, and from Roman history, which I'm a big fan of. But they really used to put that in food. Yeah, that is ew. It is very ew. And if I had known that as a child, I definitely wouldn't have drank it. He took my head in his hands and shoved his prick in my mouth. Now suck it hard, he said, thrusting his hips. And I didn't take a shower. I was trying to cool down. He literally just poured cold water over his head, trying to cool. His girth was making me gag. The fat prick was reaching so deep, and it was what felt like inches from my stomach. For a moment he slowed down, caressing my cheek with his fingers, but then he thrust even harder. I was his whore. You've never been anything else. Suddenly, Massimo's cell rang. Okay, dude, no. Put the phone on silent during fuck hour, okay? He glanced at the screen and rejected the call. The smartphone vibrated again a couple seconds later. This time he picked it up. No, answering your phone during sex, even this violent, rapey kind of sex. No. She should bite him really, really hard for this. Oh, listen, many other things. Growled something in Italian and accepted the call. His hips didn't stop. What would you do if you call somebody, they answer, and you can tell, because you'd be able to tell, that they are in the middle of fucking? It's Mario. I need to take this. Keep sucking. He gasped out, untying one of my hands so I could grab the base of his penis. He knew perfectly well that was as titillating for me as it was for him. No! I loved to play with him when he was on the phone. Okay, we're just saying that this is a thing now. We're just making, yep, okay. Just throw on everything. We're just everything. Everything makes her horny. My hand gripped him tightly and I slid his prick deeper into my throat. Because she doesn't need to breathe. Oh, Jesus, he breathed, inhaling deeply and putting the phone to his ear. He didn't say much, preferring to listen, trying to slow down his breathing. His knees started to shake and his whole body beaded with sweat. With his free hand, he leaned against one of the columns. I knew he was close. A minute into his call, which was more of a monologue on Mario's part, Massimo barked something in Italian through clenched teeth and tossed the phone away. He grabbed me, rolled me over, untied my other hand, and pulled me to the edge of the bed. Then he tied me up again, but now I was laying on my belly. Yeah, we know what he's about to do. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Okay, Cerebellum has a point. If you turn the phone off every time they were doing it, it would never be on. This is true. Yes, this is very, very true. Of course she's around. She's pregnant. Okay, so what I'm getting from this is that when you're pregnant, you're just perpetually horny. You're just wanting some like every minute of every day, and you want it any which way you can get it. Is what I'm getting. God, I get bouts of that. With the time of month that proves I'm not pregnant. Thank God. But at least that's only like very intense bursts for a few days, and it's not like all day. Though it is overwhelming at moments where it's like, okay, stopping what I'm doing and taking 15 minutes in my bedroom, which I never, ever, ever do in the middle of the day, except for those moments. Which is only recent that it's escalated to being that unignorable, which is not good. I'm not pleased with this. It's all on or all off. Yeah, I get that. That's gotta suck, though. Kind of either way. Like, either one of those would be bad at times. You're lucky I don't have as much time as I wanted, he said, lifting my hips so my butt was sticking out and my face pressed into the pillows. We need to wrap this up. Oh, yeah, nice to know. Nice to know. Wait, what am I cleaning? Keep it on TOS, remember? Okay, when you say TOS, my brain goes the original series, and I think you're talking about Star Trek. He placed me in a position that suited him and reached for something from the nightstand. This is gonna be bad. Before spreading my legs even wider. Now you relax, he breathed in my ear, leaning over me, and bit the back of my neck. She's got like a ring of bite marks. It was a bad joke about take it all off. Okay. Terms of service. Yes, that's also what it can mean. Then he slid down and his tongue pushed itself into my pussy, so hungry for his touch. I moaned in ecstasy and opened myself up for him. Soon as I was on the verge of orgasm, but at that moment Massimo stopped, pulling away and knelt behind me. His hand delicately stroked my buttock, and his other arm shot out, grabbed my hair, and jerked my head back brutally. Yet we wonder why her neck hurts. I squealed, feeling his hand smacking my ass. The grip tightened and his hand slapped me again. My skin prickled and the spot pulsated with pain. I said, relax. Massimo's hard shaft rammed into me and I nearly fainted. Oh, we got nearly fainted. She didn't faint, so I can't mark it, but nearly fainted. I didn't realize how much I missed my imperious lover until now. I'm also going with I do not think that word means what you think it means with the use of imperious. He let my hair go and grabbed my hips, thrusting faster and even more violently. Yes, I cried, stunned with the intensity of the sensation. Massimo was breathing loudly and his fingers dug into my skin. Suddenly, one hand left its place and reached for something lying next to his leg. I heard the faint sound of vibration and tried turning my head to look, but my head was pinned to the pillow. Open your mouth, Massimo ordered. I obeyed and he slipped something rubbery into it. It was slightly thicker than a finger. An instant later, he pulled it out and rubbed it delicately at my anus. I quickly caught his intention and relaxed, though it wasn't easy with the constant thrusting of his hips. I thought that's where he was fucking her. Okay, book, be more specific. The small vibrator went into my ass, and immediately a wave of bliss washed over me. I cried out. The rhythmic movement and the vibration were bringing me inexorably closer to an overwhelming orgasm. I couldn't wait. Holding the plug inside me, Massimo slapped me. Okay, is it a plug or a vibrator? Not that it can't be both, but pick a word. Massimo slapped me on the butt again, and I came. I felt him explode inside me and promptly joined him in ecstasy, silently thanking God we were the only people in the building. Our loud screams rippled in the silence apart, accompanied by the slapping sound of hips crashing against buttocks. We orgasmed together long and hard until I felt my body going limp. I spread my knees and collapsed to the mattress, feeling Massimo following in my steps. He propped his body on his elbows so he didn't crush me under his weight. With a fluid motion, he freed my wrists and rolled me over, wrapping my waist with his legs and laying down next to me. His hand brushed away the hair from my face and he kissed me. Can you pull it out now? I asked, feeling my butt still vibrating with the device inside. Massimo laughed and took out the magic thing. I moaned, feeling it leaving my body and hearing it go silent. You couldn't just take it out yourself. You had to ask permission? Because there's something very, 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 very wrong with all of that. How are you feeling? He asked. I couldn't think, let alone talk. But both the child and I were feeling wonderful. This is not the moment to remind me that she's pregnant. Great. I love fucking you, baby girl. There we go. And the other page had one that we have to burn as well. So now we have two. I've missed you so much, Don Massimo. From what? You've been back long enough to not be missing him anymore. I took a shower and jumped back into bed, wrapped in a soft bathrobe. Massimo appeared in the room too, wearing only a towel around his hips. He passed me a mug of cold cocoa. 2 months ago, this would have been champagne. I sighed with disappointment, taking the cup. Well, you can't drink while you're knocked up, girl. Alright, since it's far enough away, we're going to burn darling, because that word just doesn't belong anywhere in this damn book, ever. Okay, really should have refilled the lighter, but it didn't, so... Whoa. Whoa, go out. Okay, that went up fast. See all the smoke now? Where was the smoke before? Okay, that went through 2 pages and made quite a large hole. And quite a large mess. But yeah, that did the Roman candle thing. Excuse me. The man in black shrugged, pulled at the towel covering his midsection, and started to dry his hair with it. Oh, sweet baby Jesus, he's so beautiful, I thought, nearly choking on my cocoa. Nobody is that good looking. It was just unfair and plain scary how perfect this man was. Stop it! Nearly 4 months had passed, and I still couldn't get enough of him. We need to get back, he said coldly. I should be in Palermo tonight. I sat up, took another sip, and pouted. Don't look at me like that, baby. I need to go to work. There's a problem with one of the hotels, but I have an idea, he added, sitting next to me. The gala in Portland starts in a few days, so maybe you take the jet and go right away. See your parents, you know. I'll join you as soon as possible. Oh, so he's not sending her away again immediately. Like, they literally are never spend any time together outside of sex. And he disappears for days at a time. Like, and he left her for like 16 days once. So out of the 4 months, they've probably spent less than half of that time actually in each other's presence. And of that time, like 90% of it is spent fucking. So they're married, but they don't actually know each other at all. Hearing the word parents made me perk up, but then I glanced at my bulging belly. Mom would see that I've gained weight. You'll take Olga with you. I need Dominic here. The jet is yours. You can go wherever you'd like. Okay, so he's lying about there being a problem at the hotel, or maybe he's not, but he wants her gone. That's what this is. He wants her away from him, which, yeah. I was confused, sad, and ironically a little happy too. What's going on, Massimo? Yeah, dude, obviously you just want her gone, so fess up. What's going on? He shot me a strange look and stood up. His face showed no emotion. Nothing you need to concern yourself with. Baby girl! Alright, it's gaining. It's gaining. That's our 3rd baby girl of tonight. He let a finger along my lips. I need to work is all. Now, get dressed. Yeah, girl, did you think he was kidding or that the wife of the other mobster was kidding when they said don't ask questions, just do what you're told? That they'll never tell you what's going on, get used to it? Like, that is why I could not live this kind of life, because I just couldn't deal with the never knowing what the fuck is going on, or the constantly being ordered around, or the constantly being moved or shuffled from place to place to place to place with no explanation or warning, or, you know, all the shoes and all that is great. Not that, I'm not a clothes person, so it wouldn't be clothes for me. But if you wanted to romance me with the shopping, bookstore, the biggest bookstore you can possibly find, and really well stocked art supply store. Not like Michael's, a good art supply store with real art supplies, not that Michael's isn't great and I couldn't like spend a fortune in there. I certainly could, but like a Curry's. Do you have Curry's in the States? Curry, it's an art supply store there's one here, and while they're certainly expensive because art supplies are expensive, they have everything, and they're really, really cool. I haven't been there in forever, but they're a good place. They're definitely one of my happy places. That and Giant Bookstore. Giant Bookstore more, but art supply very close second. Nothing to be concerned about is the phrase my kids use when I absolutely needed to know what they were up to. Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Getting that phrase from your kids must be terrifying because you know it's really bad. It's like when they're like under like 7 and they're home, but you realize the house is way too quiet. We returned to the mansion and Massimo kissed me passionately before disappearing into his study. I was left alone standing with my back to the wall, staring at the door handle. There were dozens of conflicting thoughts flashing through my mind, and my eyes welled with tears. What's happening to me? I thought. Left a minute ago and I'm already missing him so much. Yeah, that's hormones. I placed my hand on the handle, pressing it gently and opening the door a fraction. The man in black was standing by the window, facing Dominic, looking at something the younger man held in his hands. My eyes focused on the thing and I froze. Was this an engagement ring? Was Dominic planning to propose to Olga? Okay, we knew it was going to happen, but I didn't expect it to happen so fast. Like, I was expecting them to get engaged, like maybe at the end of the book, or maybe in the third one, because you knew it was coming. Or maybe it was something else they'd been keeping secret from me. Staggered with the new information, you don't know anything! Or rather, the lack of it, I decided to leave the two men alone and go to my room. All you know is he was holding a ring. There could be multiple reasons for this. I sat on the terrace and wrapped myself in a blanket, watching the setting sun. It wasn't actually cold, but I just liked to feel the blanket on me. I didn't want to go back to Poland. It was freezing there this time of year. I didn't want to go without him. Well, take the jet and go to Honolulu. He said you could go anywhere. Go lay out on a beach. And most important, I didn't want to face my mother. On the one hand, seeing my parents would be great, but on the other hand, it would only lead to a confrontation, and I had no need for that. You're gonna have to tell them eventually. And it was usually in response to me saying hi. Didn't even ask a question. Yep. Oh, I remember that. Yep. Yep. You just walk in and go hi, and they turn around, hands behind their back. Nothing. What do you mean nothing? Nothing. Usually with a really big "aren't I cute" smile. Toys banging, cool. Noisy toys, okay. Blissful silence, panic ensues. Yes, it does. This is what tiny children do to you. I used to be quite the prolific babysitter and church nursery person and special needs classroom person. So, yeah, I know. Sipping on a cup of tea, I started planning. First things first, dress so my belly didn't show. Yeah, good luck with that. Too much pasta and pizza. That would be my explanation for the weight gain. Fortunately enough, I wasn't throwing up anymore. Faking stomach problems would undoubtedly have made my mother suspicious. She was just too smart. Then it dawned on me. I had nothing to wear, says the woman who's been on multiple shopping sprees and has a giant closet full of clothes. I didn't own anything that would hide my pregnancy. Tired with all that thinking. Okay, that line just hurt me. I dropped my head, allowing it to rest between my folded knees. Okay, before we continue with what the fuck that is, like, tired from all the thinking of how am I going to hide my pregnancy from my parents, of which she's put like 5 seconds into it. But she's tired from all the thinking. Like, she really is just really stupid. She's just written to be really, really stupid. Shows up with a newborn. How does she think her mom's going to react? Yes, this is my thought. This is exactly my thought. That kind of was her plan. Because the parents don't know that they're married. So I'm sure that's like part of the problem. That if mom figures out she's knocked up, she's going to be like, well, why isn't there a ring on it or what's going on? But, like, girl, that's just being pregnant. All right. We got 2 in a row. I think this makes, how many does this make for tonight? 5? That was 1. That was 2, 3. Nope, we had a 4. And then we had the whole page, so that's definitely a big 5. Okay, what did we have? 1. And the whole page. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is 6. I don't think we're going to break records tonight. See, that one went well. The whole book didn't go up in a flash. I have no idea why it does that sometimes and not other times. Absolutely none. But for the 4th time tonight, burn, baby girl, burn. Light. See, like that. See, that went up in like a second. The other page didn't burn. This burned a hole instantly. And it's literally 2 sides of the same page. Like, I don't understand. Oh, now it's spreading. So stop it. It actually re-caught the other page back on fire. Ugh. Really, really want chicken so badly. Still it just chicken. Don't want anything with it. Just big chicken. Like, don't need any seasoning or anything. Just chicken. It's all I want. I'll never get pregnant, I heard a voice say. It was Olga's. Well, who the fuck else is it going to be? There's only 4 people in the story. What would I do without booze? Frightened by that thought, she took a seat next to me, extending her legs over the table. Speaking of booze, I need to have a drink, she said. No can do, I replied, putting my cup down. We're leaving. Again? Fucking hell. Where to? And why? We've only just got back here. See, yeah, this is the thing. Like, this would drive me insane. She moaned, raising her eyes to the sky. Poland, my dear, the motherland. We're going in the morning. How about that? She took a moment to mull it over, shooting glances to the sides as if searching for something. In that case, I need a good pounding first. She nodded, decided. Who's going to do the pounding, though? I asked, teasing. Dominic was with Mario and Massimo, after all. What kind of question is that? My man, of course. I took a short nap, but Dominic left. But I'll find him in no time. So apparently they just spend every minute in bed fucking or all over the house fucking because they've been walked in on a couple times. I'm afraid that's not going to happen, I shrugged, pushing out my lower lip. Business. I'm your only companion for tonight. End of chapter. Why do I think that Dominic would be able to find a few minutes to, get it on? Because I promise you, Massimo's going to want to do the same thing. If the women are leaving in the morning, they're both going to want to get some. Chapter 10. Let's see. Do we think we will get all the way through chapter 10? It's 20 pages long, so probably not. But we are officially past the halfway mark. Woo! Olga went to her room to pack her bags, and I intended to do the same, but ended up going to take my third shower of the day. I wasn't feeling dirty or anything. I just felt like procrastinating a bit in the hot water. Having turned on all the various water jets, I allowed the large bathroom to fill with hot steam. Then I connected my cell phone with the speaker on the dresser and played Silence by Delirium before stepping into the shower and closing my eyes. The water cascading down my back and the music were relaxing. I propped my hands on the wall, allowing the hot steam to engulf my body, silencing the irritating thoughts. I missed you, I heard a voice right behind me. I twitched, though I knew who it was, of course. My abrupt jolt wasn't a sign of fear, but a simple reaction to the unexpected sound. Wow, does that sound like an author desperately trying to say, no, she's not afraid of him, I swear! I decided our goodbye wasn't affectionate enough, Massimo said, grabbing my hips. See, I told you. I guarantee him and Dominic literally both said, let's take 20 to, say goodbye before we send the girls away. I didn't turn to face him, instead grabbing a horizontal bar lined with buttons controlling the water flow. I pressed one, making the nozzles in the wall spout powerful jets of water. The man in black clasped his hands on mine, and his lips made their way to my shoulder, then the neck, to finally my lips. Okay, sentence structure used to be a thing. His tongue pushed itself in, tangling with mine. Massimo was naked and wet. He was also ready for me. His knees buckled a bit, and then he shot out with his hips, impaling me on his enormous cock. I have this cartoon image in my head. I'm sorry, but the way that's written, it sounded like a cartoon. And the smoke alarm is still doing the dead battery beep. I'm going to murder someone. Probably the smoke detector. You know, if I just smash it into a million pieces, that'll solve the problem, right? Isn't that how you make a smoke detector shut up? I mean, it's not mine, and it's in somebody else's apartment, but... I moaned, resting the back of my head on his muscular torso. His hands cupped my oversensitive breasts, kneading them lazily. As his hips started to slowly thrust, I could feel the lust growing in me. My body tensed and relaxed to the rhythm of Massimo's movements. You didn't think I came here just to rub against your butt, did you? His teeth bit painfully into my ear. I hope not, Don Torricelli. He took me in his hands and carried me from the shower across the bathroom, putting me down by the tall mirror. His strong arms pushed me to the cold counter, and then with an abrupt jerk, he pulled my head up so I saw his reflection. This guy's gonna break her neck one day, I swear. Look at me, he growled, pushing his cock inside me again. The level of narcissism. Like, there's like a megalomaniacal egomaniac quality to everything that he does. His free hand landed on my hips for support and he began pounding me. It was crazy fast. My eyes narrowed in ecstasy. I was slipping away. Okay, if the sex is so rough that you're literally passing out, you might want to reconsider. Open your eyes, he roared. They snapped wide open. I looked at him. There was madness in his eyes. You just figuring this out? He was controlling himself, but just barely. It turned me on even more. My fingers bit into the rim of the sink, trying to immobilize my body. My lips parted and I moistened them with my tongue. Harder, Don Massimo, I whispered. Veins bulged all over the man in black's body. His muscles flexed, presenting his immaculate physique in all its glory. We really have to be reminded every time they have sex that he's a god. Biting his lip, he kept his piercing gaze fixed on me. As you wish. Oh, I wish I hadn't just watched Princess Bride. The pace of his movements was deadly. It didn't even take a minute, and I felt the first wave of bliss rising in my underbelly. Not yet, baby girl, he hissed. There we go. We got another one. We got another one. I'm officially out of space. I'm gonna have to tape another page on. His words worked exactly the opposite way they were supposed to. I came almost immediately, still fixing my gaze on Massimo's reflection. A moan ripped from my throat, quickly rising in cadence and turning into a scream. The man in black didn't slow down even for an instant. A couple seconds later, I had another orgasm. My breath heaved in my breasts, and waves of shivers were going down my spine. There was a line I wanted to not knock over. Why am I suddenly having hiccups? Neil, my lover said as I collapsed on top of the sink. Can they have sex any... Can we just have one really awful sex scene with no blowjob? Can I just... Please, can I put that... Can I just ban all blowjobs from the third book? Can we do that? I haven't even... God, it's occurring to me I have not even started looking for, like, a very cheap used copy of the third book yet, and finding a cheap used copy of this was not that easy. I should definitely start looking. I couldn't catch my breath, but I did as I was told. Massimo's manhood entered my mouth. Oh, what is with the use of the word manhood all of a sudden? Why? His hands clasped around my head. He didn't fuck my throat this time, instead delicately sliding deeper, allowing me to control the pace. While his hands are on your head, that's not how that works. His taste told me he was close. Stop with the taste! Stop doing that! Stop doing that! Stop doing that! That's the worst! Stop doing it! Oh. Mm. 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 Swear to God, I'm gonna start taking Gravol before doing this. Is there non-drowsy Gravol? Does that exist? Oh, my stomach really, really didn't like that. I sucked his cock hungrily, taking it deep. Massimo's buttocks tensed and his breath quickened. He pulled his penis out and came with a loud moan, spurting hot cum all over my wet breasts. His eyes kept fixed on me as he flooded his seed over me. Seed! Hey, we got it! We got it! We got it! We got it! That's the first time. That's the first time. They also spelled cum correctly here. Why? It's correctly here. Hey, that makes 5 whole times they've spelled it right versus 15 times they've spelled it wrong. Again, it's the fact that they're using both that fascinates me. Like, pick one. Why are you using both spellings for cum? Why? And I'm only flagging it when it refers to this. Ow. I leaned back and stuck out my chest, letting out a moan as my hands fondled his heavy balls. Just why? Just all of the why. When he was finished, he leaned over the marble counter behind me. You'll be the death of me, baby girl! Okay, we now have 3 places to burn on this page. I laughed, spreading the sticky white fluid across my tits and sending him a furtive look. You think it's easy? I asked. As if nobody tried before you. What? You think it's easy? I asked, as if nobody tried before you. I repeated his words from that first night when I had when I had tried shooting him with the gun safety still on. Yeah. Okay. Wish that she had taken the safety off. Massimo's lips spread in a sly grin and his hands cupped my face. You're a good listener. It flatters me, but it's also a dangerous trait. You really do just want her barefoot pregnant and really, really, really fucking stupid, don't you? I pushed myself to my feet and faced him, clinging to his muscled torso. I hate our goodbyes, Massimo, I said, suddenly close to tears. That's why we won't say goodbye this time, baby. I'll be back before you know it. He wiped away the remains of his semen with a towel, softly kissing my lips. Girl, you're still in the bathroom. Just get back in the shower. Your plane takes off at noon. You'll be there in a couple hours. Sebastian will pick you up, the same guy who drove you around last time. You have Carol's number in your purse. If you need anything, call him. He'll take care of you until I join you. I sent him a fearful look. Those instructions sounded ominous, as if I was in some kind of danger. You're just getting there now? Like, she really is fucking stupid. Like, the suddenly being sent away again and all the, like, behind your back talking. That didn't immediately tell you you're in danger again? You know, because that's all I got from that, like, immediately. Everything he was doing now was suspicious, and the sudden trip and sending me away to Poland, it wasn't like him to allow me to stay away for that long, except for the 2 months. Don Massimo, what's really going on? He didn't reply, focusing on wiping my breasts clean. God damn it, Massimo, I cried out, tearing the towel from his hands. He let He let them drop limply to his sides as he focused his glare on my eyes. How many times do I have to tell you, Laura Torricelli, nothing is happening? Like, dude, just tell her you're not gonna tell her. He took my face in his hands and kissed me. I love you, baby girl. There we go. There we go. We get another one. Really is just hands down winning. What did I knock over? Oh, highlighter. I'll join you in 3 days, I promise. Now stop being angry. My son doesn't like it. He stroked my belly and smiled. Daughter, I just hope she isn't a shrew like her mother. Okay, I posted this earlier, so I got receipts. I legitimately said I had the random thought today. From the author's twisted point of view, is this her version of Taming of the Shrew? And I can't decide which of them is the shrew. Because he had the line about teach me to be gentle, but then nothing has been done with that. And she likes it when he's violent and rough. So I guess that's like hand waved out of existence. We have a lot of fire to play with. I'm gonna try not to burn the underlying page too badly because I still have to read it. So, let's have some fun. This I think is gonna be a 2-for-1 because I think the other one is on the exact same spot on the other side of the page. So let's try to burn this without setting the entire book on fire if we possibly can. But I think 3 on one page and 4 if you count the back because the fourth one's on the back of the same page. So technically that's well, no, it's 3 on one page, but it's 4 on the 2 sides. So there's that. So I think 3 is currently the record for on one page. So let's see what we can do. 3, 2, 1. Okay, what we can do is refill my lighter for next week. I will, I promise. Lovely. That actually looks pretty good. And we didn't destroy the entire thing too much. Ah, we didn't get the one on the back though. Ah, must remedy and not set my hand on fire. See, and of course that one wants to be insane for some reason. And it's all smoky again. Whoa. The hell? Okay, I think I know what fell. Nothing important. There's dog fur on my tits. That's great. At least the puppy appears to have finally given in to a nap. Yeah. He's under the puppy bed. He's happy. Having said that, he jumped away, knowing I'd take a swing at him. I followed him stark naked, trying to smack him with the wet towel, but he was faster. When I chased him into the bedroom, Massimo grabbed me and threw me on the bed, pinning me down. Oh, God, they're going to do it again. Can we just... You complete me, my love. I wake up every morning and feel alive just because of you. His eyes were warm and loving as he looked at me. I thank God every day for that day I nearly died and saw you in my dream. He pressed his lips to mine. I need to go now. Call me if anything happens. This is not a marriage. He tore away from me, got up and went to the dressing room, returning a couple minutes later in his standard black suit and shirt. He gave me another kiss and went downstairs. I woke up early. It was only 7. I spent the next 15 minutes in bed watching TV before going to the bathroom and taking my 4th shower of the last 24 hours. Why are we keeping track of the showers? I had all the time in the world. I didn't have to look good with Massimo away, but I spent some time doing my makeup and perfecting my coiffure. Like, why are we dropping random French word into this? And also, can we just talk about the implication that she doesn't have to care about her appearance because her man is not around? Like, that's disgusting on a whole other level. She did not just rip off Jerry Maguire. Oh, the "You complete me" line, is that where it's from? I knew it was from somewhere, I just couldn't remember. I have seen that movie, but not in literally forever. So, I knew it was from somewhere. Yeah, because that's a really good movie. You know, it's Tom Cruise before he went crazy. Yeah, it's the "You complete me" line. Yeah, it was intentional then. Oh, I'm having, like, the worst heartburn. It's just because my stomach's, like, literally gotten churned up one too many times as I'm trying not to vomit at this for, like, the 3rd or 4th time, and now I'm just having really, really bad heartburn, and there's, like, acid up to here. I can hear crackling, it's not a good sound. I don't know, Tums work for heartburn, don't they? Okay, I'm debating eating another one. I don't think you can overdose on Tums. Or if you can, that it would take, like, 5 or 6 bottles of it, not 3. I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, in, like, exacting terms, you can probably overdose on anything, but then it was time to pack my things. Like, at this point, would you not if you were her, would you not just have I literally think at this point, I would just have 2 wardrobes. I would have the clothes that I would keep in the house, and those would be, like, for when we're home. That would be my wardrobe, but I would also have a travel wardrobe that I would just keep permanently packed. You know, when I get back, I'd tell one of the servants, like, okay, this is the bag with the laundry clothes, take these out, wash them, put them back in this bag. Because then I'm just perpetually packed because it just saves me the hassle of packing every 2 to 3 days. Ugh, sorry, my nose is running and I don't like it. Yes, you can. You can even OD on water. I actually knew from a tragedy that happened in the UK, um, where somebody died from overdosing on water, and it was when the Nintendo Wii system first came out, and they were very short stocked everywhere, so it was a big deal to get one. And an idiot radio station decided to have a "Hold your Wii to win the Wii" contest, where they made people chug like a liter of water every like 30 minutes, I think. And whoever could go the longest with drinking the most and not going to the bathroom or peeing themselves won the Wii. Here's the really twisted part. Not only did somebody die as a result of that contest, not even the person who won, but somebody died from that contest. The really fucking twisted thing was that not one but 2 people, including a nurse, heard about the contest on the radio as they were driving to work that morning, and before it started, because it started at noon, both the nurse and one other person called the radio station and warned them that you could OD on water and that they were setting up a scenario where somebody could die and that they shouldn't do it. The radio station got that information from at least one medical professional. They ignored it and someone died. And as far as I know, there were no criminal charges in that, which I don't understand how that is. Because you were warned what you were doing could be fatal, you did it anyway, and it was fatal. How is nobody in jail for that? Like, there were two radio idiots, also from the UK, that went to jail. One of them went to jail, one of them got, like, probation for impersonating the Prime Minister of Canada. Because they sent a fake letter. They went on the Canadian government website, like, copied the basically the logo and the letterhead that the Canadian government actually uses, which elevated the crime because they basically, like, stole it and impersonate. That's what made it real and not just a prank. Because they sent Ozzy Osbourne a letter pretending to be, at the time it was Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, pretending to be Trudeau, like, inviting him for, like, a state visit. And it was all just to get Ozzy Osbourne to call into the radio station, which he did. He fell for it. And yeah, of course it wasn't real, but they got hit with, like, all kinds of charges, and it elevated it because they had used, like, the official logo, seal, letterhead, whatever, all of it. And they had copied Trudeau's signature from something official, like, put it on the letter, so it's like forgery. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, I need to not have a cold anymore because it's been like a week. Okay, that is over the amount of time the cold slash sinus stuff should be allowed. And it's because the weather's screwy. That's what's doing it. But it was getting better, and then it got screwy again. Now worse again. Of course, Maria could pack for me as usual, but this trip required a very precise choice of outfits. Wait, when did she acquire maternity clothes? Because she was bitching yesterday that she doesn't have anything to hide the belly. She didn't go shopping. She didn't tell somebody to go shopping for her. So, how does she magically now have clothes to hide the belly? I rummaged through my things, digging out a pile of expensive clothes. Most of my favorite things wouldn't hide my belly. In fact, they would do the exact opposite. When I was on Sicily, I liked to show off my pregnancy, but in Poland, I'd rather wear a tarpaulin than display my growing abdomen. It would have felt so good to be able to tell the entire world about the baby I was going to have. I curled up in the heap of shirts, blouses, and dresses. Okay, why are you not telling people, though? Like, is it just because the parents don't know she's married yet? Or, like, maybe now is the moment to tell them that, too? Like, having a yard sale, Olga asked, appearing in the door with a cup of coffee in her hand. I'm taking it all. Damn, Olga, I cried, perched on top of my heap of clothes. I don't have anything to wear. I don't even have anything for the winter. There are no winters on Sicily. Olga placed her cup on the table with a decisive motion and let out a piercing cry. The horror, she wailed. We'll have to go shopping. Yes! For once I am in favor of them going shopping because she actually has a need for new clothes. She collapsed to her knees right next to me. What shall we do? I sent her an angry gaze. How could she be making fun of me now? I really didn't need any more clothes. Well, actually, you do, because everything you currently own is not going to fit very, very soon. So, unless you're planning to be naked for several months. Oh, fuck off, I hissed, tossing the few things I had already picked into my suitcase. At least I still have my shoes. Yeah, those won't fit very much longer either. And let's just say wearing the mile high heels with the belly, bad idea. Because I happen to know that one of the things that goes out the fucking window once you really start getting the belly is your sense of balance. So I'm sure the high heels are not a good idea for like many, many reasons. Also, your feet hurt. I said hugging a pair of my Givenchy boots. Okay, apparently she only wears Givenchy boots. Those are her only shoes. Because that's all we fucking heard about. Yes, literally your center of gravity changes because your entire body changes. Yes. Like, Sarah, were you rocking 6-inch stilettos when you were very pregnant? You ready? More than you are. Breakfast and then spent more time packing my things. Before 11, we were sitting in the car driving to the airport. I took a pill before we stepped on the deck of the private jet. I took a seat and blacked out right before takeoff. Every trip was teleportation with that simple trick. Oh yeah, I'm sure that's healthy. Just drug yourself unconscious every time you have to fly from a person who frequently has to fly. Nice to see you again, ma'am. Sebastian greeted me, opening the door to his Mercedes for me. Right back at you. I flashed him a wide smile and took a seat in the limo. A while later, we drove into the underground garage beneath my apartment. Another minute we were there. Why don't I go to my place? Olga asked, reclining on the sofa. I do have my own apartment. Yeah, seriously, you've been away for so long. I put the kettle on and took a peek in the fridge. Surprisingly, it was filled to bursting. Because Massimo wanted us to stay together. Besides, why would you want to be alone? Don't you like me no more? That sounds like it was copied off American TV. I reached for a jar of chocolate pudding and dipped a spoon in it. A jar of pudding? Why is there a jar of pudding? That sounds wrong. Barely wore sandals. Yeah, see, that sounds more like it. That is more what I would expect. Olga walked over, stopping in the doorway and leaning against the wall. What are we gonna do? I just feel disoriented and alienated. She grimaced and then pouted. I know, me too. Isn't it weird how much a few months can change? We'll go to our parents tomorrow. I to mine, you to yours. We need to prepare them for the fact that we won't be spending Christmas together. This is so fucked up. Like, they just don't know what to do when their men aren't around to fuck them every 5 minutes. They had lives before this. At least theoretically. Also, am I really going to end up pouring this whole jug down the sink without drinking any of it? Or even getting one duck tonight? I'm tucking them in. Don't ask me why. Just having a maternal moment with the ducks. I try to take good care of them. I protect them from the puppy, who's getting more brazen about getting stuff off my desk where he's not supposed to be. I'm gonna have to do something about that. Because he's getting just a little too bold. The thought of going to see my parents made me feel nauseous. I did miss them, but the need to put on a show to keep them in the dark was too much for me. You know how you get around that? Look, Olga said, looking out the window. Snow! Motherfucking snow! Okay, now would be a good time to go shopping for some winter clothes then. We stood side by side, gaping at the wintry landscape outside as if it were something out of the ordinary, and I dreamed of returning to Sicily. Shopping, I muttered with my face glued to the window. We need something to lift our spirits. About that, Olga said, turning to face me. Dominic gave me a credit card. It's got my name on it. She raised her eyebrows and nodded her head. I'm getting the impression that he tries to be like Massimo a lot. So the thing is, I'm not sure if he really feels this way or if he's just trying to copy his brother. I wouldn't care. I'd just use the damn card. The scene I had witnessed in the study yesterday flashed through my mind. Ooh, here's an age-old question between girlfriends. If you know that the boyfriend of your friend is planning to propose, if you are privy to that information or you even think so because you saw a ring, do you tell the friend? Like, do you give her a heads up, or do you shut up and let it be a surprise? Do you maybe drop a couple of hints? Because it's worth pointing out, Olga has known Dominic less time than Lara has known Massimo. By about a month. And she was gone for 2 months with Lara. So she has collectively known Dominic and been around him kinda for a month, during which he was also gone during part of that time. So basically, she's known him about a week and a half. And he's about to propose. Yeah, I'd probably do that too, because what if you're wrong? What if it causes problems? What if he doesn't do it, but she's expecting it? I wasn't decided if I should tell her, but finally settled on keeping it to myself. It wasn't any of my business after all. Yeah, that's probably the right decision. And I didn't want to be the one to spoil the surprise. You're overthinking it. Let's down that tea and go get me some baggy clothes. You're overthinking it too. Your belly's barely showing. Don't worry. She shook her head. Yeah, no, if you are a skinny person and the belly starts showing, it's kind of a dead giveaway. I don't know. I put my hands over my belly and stroked the bulge. Maybe you're right, but I know my mom. She'll know I'm pregnant. Trust me. Better safe than sorry. Yeah, moms do have mom radar, so yeah, entirely possible. An hour, a tea, and half a dozen candy bars, and a jar of Nutella later. Okay, are you trying to put yourself in a sugar coma? A jar of Nutella? That's gotta have at least 3 pounds of sugar in it. On top of a dozen candy bars. We parked my white BMW by the mall. In the meantime, we had changed into something more appropriate for the cold Polish winter. I picked my black Givenchy, there's again boots. Yeah, because really, wearing Givenchy stiletto boots, that's a great thing to do in the snow when you're pregnant. You aren't showing, but suddenly you pop and it's showing. Yep, I have heard this. That it's like no change and then boom, suddenly you look very, very pregnant. More than you are. Don't worry, we will go back and play with fire. Actually, we can burn the first one right now because it's on a page that I've already read both sides of. So, for the shameless plug of Givenchy and the fact that this author obviously really likes their stuff or really wants them to send her free stuff, because at least in the first book, there were multiple designers name dropped. In this one, Givenchy has been mentioned. Do we think they like that? Or are they horrified? I don't know. It was #1 on Netflix. They can do that. But also, they clearly didn't give anything to the production because those are not Givenchy boots she was wearing in the movie. I mean, they tried, and they were black thigh highs, but they were not designer. Ugh. I picked my black Givenchy boots, leather leggings I barely squeezed myself into, and a loose cream-colored tunic and a gray fox fur vest. Okay. Olga went with what she liked best. Shorts and thigh-high Stuart Wasserman boots. Oh, we finally get another designer. A loose sweater matching the shoes and a leather jacket, hooker style. Her signature outfit. You both look like whores. You both look like cheap, drug addicted whores, is how you both fucking look. We wandered around the shops and boutiques, spending heaps of cash. Actually, you're using a credit card and collecting dozens of heavy bags filled with winter clothes. It wasn't strictly necessary to have as much winter stuff as we bought, especially since it wouldn't be of any use back in Italy. In the end, to drown out all the pangs of guilt, we agreed to leave all of it in Poland. Okay, one, why are you feeling guilty? Neither of these women is capable of guilt, especially when it comes to shopping. And I mean, yeah, agree with leaving this stuff here, but I would bring one or two winter outfits back to wear on the plane. Or what if you're going to somewhere else cold? Like instead of Poland, what if you're going to another country where it's cold? Are you just going to buy an entire new wardrobe again when you land? We'd need the things in future, probably. With that thought in mind, we spent some more of our men's cash. The way that sounds. My cell rang as we left yet another store. I pulled it out and saw the number was unlisted. I smiled. Hey there, baby girl. Oh, God. How many times is he going to say it in the movie? Seriously. I have the movie downloaded. I have not watched it at all. I clicked to a random early spot to make sure it had subtitles this time. It does. We're good. Yes, we're going to be watching it after whatever day we finish this. On the Sunday, there will be a watch party. But how many times is he going to say baby girl in the movie? Like, that's part of the drinking games for these books, is every time he says baby girl. How are we on time? Okay, we got about 20 minutes-ish. Let's see, are we going to make page count? Let's see. We might. Where are we? Oh, we're close. Yeah, I think we will. I think we'll make page count. That's good, because last week we didn't. And that annoyed me. That gorgeous British accent sounded over the phone. Oh, yeah, that's something the movies didn't even try to do. Probably because the actor can't do it. But yeah, this is now the third or fourth time we're being told that when he speaks in English, he has a British accent because he was educated in Britain and that's where he learned to speak English. So he speaks English with a British accent, but Italian with an Italian accent, which, yes, that's a real thing. And I've known people like that. Not exactly the same, but same thing. They have different languages with different accents. And yet in the movie, he speaks English a lot and doesn't have a British accent. Like, did you just forget that? Because keep in mind, the author of these books is the one who wrote the screenplays. She wrote the screenplays for the movie. She adapted her own novels. How's shopping? Perfect. Baggy clothes are my new favorite thing, I replied sarcastically. How did you know where I was? Because he's watching the credit card bill? As soon as I asked, I realized what a stupid question that was. Your phone has a tracker built in, honey. Oh, there we go. We get another honey. Oh, and I forgot to... Also, you know that as soon as she came back, since she's been back, even though it's only been a few days, he's definitely had another RFID tracker implanted in her body somewhere without her knowledge this time, so she can't ever remove it. Like, that has absolutely happened. She's been unconscious around him several times. Your watch, too. And your car. Massimo replied with a laugh. And the red dress you just bought is beautiful. Not baggy at all. Wow, that is next level creepy. A shiver went down my spine as I nervously looked around. How did he know what I had bought? I was about to ask him when I noticed two tall men lounging nearby. Why do I need security, Don Massimo? I asked. I'm in Poland and there's nothing dangerous here. I hesitated. Right? Of course not, he replied at once. I just like to be sure my two most beloved people are safe. You're talking about me and Olga, I presume. I laughed and sat down on the bench. Massimo muttered something in Italian I didn't catch. You and my son. Daughter, I cut in. Okay, stop doing that. You're annoying. You're not allowed to wear that red dress until I see it with my own eyes. Wow, can you suck it? Like, go to hell, dude. His voice was full of authority. I could picture his face as he said it. Now go back to your shopping. Say hi to your parents from me. I sighed, putting the phone back in my handbag. I sent Olga a glance. She put two fingers in her mouth, pretending to gag. I'm gonna puke, she grumbled, rolling her eyes. Now, don't be jealous. I grimaced and got up, taking her hand. We got company, I said, pointing at the security guards. They're documenting all our purchases. Couldn't he just look at the the receipts? Like, fucking hell, Olga swore. He's even worse than your mom. That is a fact, I snorted with laughter. Now come with me. The next day, dressed in a baggy tunic that was tightish only around my breasts, a pair of leggings and a coat, I headed out to my parents' place. I decided not to tell them I was coming. This was going to be a surprise. How do you know they're going to be home? Like, that's always a thing with me when people just show up. It's like, how do you know somebody's going to be home? She said, that red dress. Go buy a second red dress and wear that one. This is true. I love this idea. This is a good idea. Absolutely. 100%. Because fuck this guy. Alright, we got 3 more burnings. So we are getting up on the burn count. Hold on. I'm sorry, I'm having to count again. It's me being OCD. I'll remember better. Okay, 1. Then the entire page, it's 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, are we going to get close? Okay, so that's 10, and now we've got 3 more. That's 13. The record's 14. We could get there. This will make 13. All right. Givenchy, because I'm sick of hearing the name. Baby girl, once again. And honey, because that word just doesn't belong in these books. There we go. Just let that smell there for a minute. Okay, whatever. That'll come off in the shower. Okay, I burned the next page a little bit, but I'm pretty sure missing a couple words won't kill anything. Olga hopped out on the way by the apartment block her parents were living in. My parents was the only place I had ever thought of as home. A long time ago, my brother and I had decided that we'd never live there, but we wouldn't sell the house either. Kuba lived nearly 300 miles away, and as long as I had stayed in Warsaw, the distance between me and our folks was close to 150. It didn't change the fact that my happiest memories had always been ones from our parents' house. And yet, she seems to hate her parents. Like, she did not, she never once, like, had the thought when she was kidnapped that, oh my God, my parents are going to be so worried. That never happened. Nor did they seem to be at not hearing from her for weeks. Mom had done a lot of work to make the garden look gorgeous, and the building itself had changed dramatically over the last couple of years. I couldn't imagine anyone else living there but us. Now I was standing on the porch. I rang the doorbell. The door opened and my dad appeared. Oh my goodness. Hello there, darling. Okay, I'm not playing it that time because it's somebody actually nice saying it. He said, beaming and pulling me inside. And also, that would get us to 14, but it feels like cheating because it's not being said by somebody evil in a really bad way. What are you doing here? You look astonishing. I could see his eyes were watering, so I gave him a great hug. Surprise, whispered, cuddling against his shoulder. My breathtaking mother walked up to the door, impeccably dressed and wearing full makeup. Dear child, she cried, spreading her arms wide. I threw myself into her embrace and started crying. Who knows why? Every time she reacted emotionally to my appearance, it made my eyes tear up. Mommy. Okay, you are too old to be saying mommy. Why are you crying, darling? Oh, now I really want to torch it. It's twice. She asked, stroking my hair. Has something happened? Why are you here? Okay, should we count 2 uses of darling and make it a 15? Should we do that? I don't know. Pessimism was my mother's primary particularity. She loved worrying about anything and everything, coming up with problems even if there were none. Yeah, I've known people like that. They're not good to be around. It's all right. I just got emotional. I stammered, sniffing. Now, darling, that's enough. Okay, 3 times I'm not letting it go. That's it. I revoke their being nice privilege. Now it burns. Overuse of word. Your pass is revoked. So that makes 16 the new record. Oh, you think we shouldn't do it? Now there's a moth coming to bother. I don't know. We can let it go. I can not torch it. We can wait for better. But it's on warning. She patted me on the back. Tom, why don't you make us some tea? What do you bet her mom's gonna know? My ability to come up with creative lies was about to be tested. I told my parents about training in Budapest and how wonderful I was doing at work. I spun them a long and winding tale of entirely imaginary parties that I had supposedly thrown. And when they inevitably asked about learning Italian, I just said the 3 or 4 words I knew and changed the subject. Yeah, she really hasn't been putting any time or effort into that. An hour and a half of monologuing, it was time to check out Dad's new telescope. The one he had really got from Massimo, though officially it had been a gift from me. I watched him bustling about the cardboard cylinder, assembling the device and muttering something to himself. This may take a while, Mom said, bringing out a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses. Oh, God. Now what are you going to do? Now what are you going to do? This is how my aunt got outed at Christmas party because she wasn't drinking and her mother noticed. Shit, I cursed under my breath. I hadn't predicted that. I should have. Yes. Mother poured the wine and raised her glass, waiting for me to follow. Panicking, I raised my glass and wet my lips in the dark beverage. It was unbearably good. I had missed the taste of wine. If I could, I would have downed the whole bottle. Well, that sounds like she's on par. Because that's pretty much what she did several times a day when we first met her. Dad was still fumbling with the telescope, trying to aim it at something, while Mom poured herself more. Don't you like it? She asked, seeing I wasn't drinking the wine. It's your favorite Moldovan Pinot Noir. I don't drink anymore, I sputtered. Yeah, that's not getting away with you're not getting away with this. Her stare couldn't mean anything good. You see, Mom, everyone drinks all the time in Italy. I quickly tried to put the lie together, frantically thinking of what to say. And alcohol means carbs, I said finally, sending her a hesitant smile. Oh, God. So you're saying I'm not drinking because it makes me fat? That's your husband's family? Always got a bottle of wine open? It's not the worst thing. Yes, I noticed you looked rather. Mom paused, looking for a word. Plump. Did you stop working out? No, I'm just fucking pregnant, I thought, keeping the smile plastered to my face. No time for exercise lately. All the time to eat, unfortunately, especially at work. Pizza and pasta all the time, you know? I've been gaining weight for weeks now. She's gonna get lectured. I tried to mask the lie with more words, praying she bought it. That's why I quit drinking, to cleanse my body. It wasn't going to be an easy sell. I'd always loved wine and never refused it. I'd more likely stop eating than say no to a good glass of red. My mother watched me closely for a long while, clearly surprised, turning the glass in her finger. Yeah, she's putting two and two together here. Her her narrowed eyes were telling me that she didn't believe a word of what I said. My beloved father saved me. There it is. Come and see, Laura. He called me to the telescope. I jumped up and launched myself in his direction, quickly sticking an eye to the visor. There it was. My dad had found the moon. It looked beautifully magnified by the lens. I babbled, marveling at the beauty of the silver globe with more enthusiasm than I actually felt. Luckily, my dad had always been a bit of a geek. He started telling me all about astronomy with his characteristic zeal, and my mom left the room, bored. I pretended to listen, secretly planning how to avoid another confrontation. How about you leave? Dad's astronomy knowledge was so extensive I had another hour at least. Fighting sleepiness, I stayed with him, bored out of my mind. As my eyes started to close, Mother saved me from Dad. Dinner is served, she said, motioning us to the kitchen. I'm going to go crazy if I don't leave tomorrow, I thought. Wait, is she staying over? Why would you do this? Dad had to save me from Mom, Mom had to rescue me from Dad, and I was quickly going to lose myself in all the lies I had to tell them. I couldn't remember having to exert my brain like that for a long time. I'm sorry, you can blame it on pregnancy brain all you want, but the author is just making her sound like such a fucking idiot. Like, thinking hard. Me not used to using brain. She used to manage a hotel. That takes a lot of thinking. Okay, let's see if there's a break of any kind coming up, or am I just gonna have to pick a random spot? Oh, actually, well, no, we're not that close to the end of the chapter. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. My head was throbbing with pain. I sat at the table eyeing all the delicacies Mother had prepared, and I felt ravenous. I helped myself to a bit of everything, then started another round. I wasn't eating. I devoured dinner. 20 minutes into the blowout feast, I raised my eyes, meeting my parents' shocked stares. Yeah, you think that might give you away? Fuck. I'd have to leave today after all. Mother was chewing her food, her eyes darting from my empty plate to my face. What? I asked with my mouth full. My stomach got a bit larger. It's because of all that pasta, I tell you. Yeah, right. You're bad at this. I can see that. Mother shook her head disapprovingly. I was going to stuff my face with another piece of apple pie, but decided against it. That would be too much for my old folks. Besides, I'd already planned to visit the kitchen around midnight, when nobody would disturb me or glare at me. After dinner, we watched a movie together, then I excused myself and went to my old room. I could sleep downstairs in the living room, would mean that would mean I'd be right next to my parents' bedroom. That wouldn't be a good idea. In the morning when I woke up, I realized my mom and dad had gone out. I had an hour to myself. Bored, I watched some TV and finally decided to take a shower. I turned the water on and stepped in. With eyes closed, I recalled the last shower I had taken with Massimo. I missed him. My skin prickled, almost feeling his touch. With that vision in my head, I started touching myself. Even when he's not there, there's going to be sex because of him. Rubbing my clit and cupping my swollen breasts. I would come so fast. Oh, wrong spelling. This was one of the best things about being pregnant. My body was so sensitive, reacting to touch in a way it never had. I thought about how violent Massimo could be, picturing him causing me pain and delighting in that image. I could almost feel his hands on me. I spread my legs, rubbing my puffy clitoris a little harder and faster. Scenes shot through my mind like a movie. The man in black holding my hips and pounding me brutally, impaling me with his fat cock. I let out a muffled cry as the orgasm flooded my body. I exhaled, feeling the tension leaving me. It was exactly what I had needed. I turned the water off and left the shower, stopping by the closet. My eyes scanned my surroundings and I didn't find a single towel. I had to go back to my room and find a bathrobe. Great, I murmured, opening the door and heading back to my room. I stopped in the doorway, suddenly realizing I wasn't alone. My mother's eyes were drilling holes in me. She was staring at my belly. Yep, you're busted. I couldn't move, frozen to the spot. Mother didn't say a thing, only shook her head as if trying to get rid of a nagging thought or wake up from a bad dream. Her eyes didn't flinch. Finally, she sat down, sighed, and looked me in the eyes. I felt vertigo, nearly fainting. My lungs started heaving, hard and fast, and I heard a high-pitched whine in my ears. I managed to grab the bathrobe from the armchair and throw it over myself before I collapsed into the seat. I closed my eyes, trying to calm my breath. Take it, Mom said, pushing a pill between my lips. So everybody just drugs this woman. Can't, I managed. Check my bag. Oh yeah, because her meds have been changed because she's pregnant. I heard her digging through my things, finally finding a rattling little bottle filled with pills and offering me one of them. I put it under my tongue, waiting for it to start working. There was a burning sensation beneath my sternum, and the sound of my heart pounding drowned out all other noises. I wanted to die. It would be easier than confronting my mother. I'm calling an ambulance, she said, getting up. No, don't. I opened my eyes and sent her a wide-eyed, scared stare. It'll pass. She sat on the floor facing me and measuring my pulse. Meanwhile, I was silently praying to God to teleport me to Sicily. Minutes passed, and despite having my eyes closed again, I could feel her scolding gaze on me. I put my hand on my belly on instinct, took a deep breath, and faced her. There was disappointment in her look, but also concern and sadness. How did it come to this? I had thought of everything. The story, the clothes. Well, you didn't think of explaining not drinking or overeating or, you know, making sure you had a towel or something when you took a shower. What are you doing home, Mom? I asked. I wanted to spend the day with you, so I canceled all my meetings. She replied, getting to her feet and taking the seat in the other chair. How are you feeling? I considered for a moment. Physically, I felt okay, but mentally, that was another thing altogether. I'm good now. I just got nervous for a minute. I knew she wasn't replying because she didn't want to cause me more stress, but it didn't change a thing. We had to have this conversation. Fourth month, I whispered, avoiding her eyes, and I know what you're going to say, so please don't. I don't know what to say. She lifted her arms, hiding her face in her hands. This is all happening too quickly, Laura. You've never been like this. First you go abroad, then that strange man appears. You keep all these secrets, and now a child. Okay, her mom's kind of got a point. Okay, we'll go to the end of the chapter. It's only like 3 more pages, but then we're calling it a night. So, last chance to sponsor a duck. And I will do better on the arranging of the stages next week. It's a work in progress. But it's coming along. At least the one that wouldn't stand up last week is now standing. That's an improvement. She was right, of course. Whatever I said next, it wouldn't change anything. I love him, Mom, I said pitifully. But a child? She cried, jumping to her feet. You don't have to have a baby with someone all at once just because you fell in love. Especially when you only met him. She trailed off. Okay, I'm glad somebody is calling this out in one of these books, but I have a feeling it's not going to go well. I dug through my bag and grabbed the first outfit that fell into my hands. I dressed myself while my mother was counting silently. Laura BL, god damn it, how long did you know that man before you decided to have his baby anyway? Yeah, she pretty much did get knocked up like within a week or two of meeting him. I balled my fists. The anger I felt was directed at myself. What difference does it make, Mom? That's not how I raised you. How long? We didn't plan it. It just happened. You think I'd be that stupid? Yes, and you are that stupid. I grabbed my bag, and if you need to know, I knew him for 3 weeks. I'm just saying, but when she ran away, she was only like 8 weeks along. She had options. She could have ended it if she wanted to. Like, but of course, book is never going to acknowledge that. None of these books ever will, ever. It only dawned on me how absurd the whole situation was when I said that. I was trying to make my mom understand something that even though it made no sense, that even I thought made no sense. My mother went pale and froze. I had hurt her. That much was obvious. I had known this would happen. There was no way I could tell her about my abduction, Massimo's strange vision, the mafia, or all that Sicilian mess. And what if he's bored with you? My mother asked, raising her voice. He'll dump you and the child. That's not how I raised you. Why do I think that phrase secretly means something like way more sinister than I think it does? She repeated, a family needs 3 people to function properly. No, it doesn't. How could you be so irresponsible? So I'm waiting for it to be religious, but yeah, her mom's pulling the religion card of, how could you have a child with somebody you're not married to? Go to hell, lady. She was trying to control herself, but that was a losing battle. Have you ever thought how hard it is to be a single mother? This isn't about you anymore. We got married a week after I left Poland. No prenup. Okay, I was wondering, are you just going to finally tell her that you're married? Because, yeah. I growled at her. So all his fucking money is mine now. I have so much money. I can use it as diapers for the kid. And Massimo loves me and the baby so much that he'd rather die than let us leave. I raised my hand, shutting her up before she interrupted me. And trust me, I know. I already tried. That's what you want to hear as a parent. I tried to get away from him, but I couldn't. That's reassuring. And trust me, I know I already tried. Don't judge me, Mom, because you know next to nothing about my life and the situation I'm in. I cried and sprinted down the stairs, leaving her. That was a very teenage conversation. On my way, I grabbed my coat from its hanger and quickly pulled on my boots. I stormed outside. It was snowing. Freezing wind gusted onto my face. I took a deep breath and pressed the button on the car fob, tossing my bag into the back seat and jumped in the car, slamming the door behind me. Tears streaked down my cheeks. I was furious with myself. I needed to scream, to throw up, to die. A moment later, I drove off, leaving town and turning onto a forest path. This is a brilliant idea. A couple dozen yards into the trees, I stopped the BMW, got out, and howled. You know, you could have just screamed in the car with some music up. I kept screaming until I had no air left. Then I kicked the tire of the car, even though I had on those exorbitantly expensive Givenchy boots. Okay, that one's legit. That's a tie. That is legit fire. That makes 14 legitly, so we're tied. If we get one more, we beat the record. I needed Massimo like never before. After a long while, I calmed down and got back in the car. I dialed my husband's number. He picked up after 3 rings. Sniffling, I opened my mouth to say something. No sound came out of my mouth. As soon as he said the first word, I just broke down and started crying, mixing English and Polish. I tried explaining to him what had happened, smacking the steering wheel, bawling, screeching, and making a lot of other weird noises. I heard Massimo saying something in Italian. A moment later, a black VW Passat appeared in my rearview mirror. 2 burly men jumped out, the same 2 I'd seen at the mall. One of them ran to my door, opened it, and stared into the BMW, clearly looking for someone. What the fuck are you looking at? Can't a woman have a moment alone? I cried out and slammed the door in his face. The man put his cell phone to his ear and left, taking his partner with him. Honey! Oh, there we go! That's the record! That's 15! There we go. And I didn't burn where it said darling, so that got a warning. So we have a legit 15. We genuinely broke the record. I heard the gentle, calm voice flowing from the car's speakers. Wipe your nose and tell me again, in English, what happened. I relayed the whole story, finishing with a hit of my head to the top of the steering wheel. I'm exhausted, Massimo. I keep hurting the people who love me. I'm so angry and so sad, and you're not here. I felt a sudden fury raising within me. My body started shaking. You know what, Don Massimo? I growled, my voice filled with rage. You've complicated my life. It's all your fault. Everything's gone to shit because of you. I'm going to hang up now before I start crying again. She kind of has a point. I ended the call and turned the phone off. He had told me never to do that. But there was the Passat behind me, so Massimo knew everything anyway. Yeah, he's gonna do the Christian Grey thing and get on a plane immediately and come to her, isn't he? And he's gonna be mad when he gets there. He had his eyes on me. I turned the car around, past the 2 guys in the black VW, and drove back. I stopped only when I reached Olga's house, left the car, and called her the intercom. She picked up, and I told her we were going back to Sicily, which seemed to cheer her up. What's up? She asked, getting into the BMW. Don't even ask. I had an argument with Mom. She learned all about the baby and the wedding, and then I had another argument, this time with Massimo, because I was so pissed off by the first one. I burst down in tears again, falling into Olga's arms. I just can't take it anymore. She looked terrified, and her mouth gaped open in shock. We're changing places, she said, unbuckling her belt and walking around the car to open my door. Get out now, she ordered, pulling me by the coat. You're not going to drive in this condition. Okay, this is actually good, because you shouldn't drive when you're very upset and crying. That's a very bad thing to do. We must have looked ridiculous. I was still screaming, tears streaked down my face, hands clutching at the steering wheel. And then there was Olga, trying to get me, trying to push me out of the car. I didn't budge. Suddenly she stretched her neck out and bit my hand. Arg! I yelped and let go of the steering wheel. That was all she needed. Olga hauled me out of the car. How strong is Olga? If you weren't pregnant, I would have beaten your brains out. Now get back in. We drove for a long while in total silence. Eventually, the fury inside me subsided and turned into a confusion and a feeling of guilt. I'm sorry, I whispered, trying to smile. Pregnancy's a bit like going crazy. Yeah, this is probably very true. But we have 2 things to burn, and then we have like half a page left. But we beat the record. It's now 15. So, oh wait, I didn't mark them. We got another Givenchy. They are racking it up. And another honey. So they're making up. They're making up for lost time by racking up them numbers. Goodbye, Givenchy boots. And goodbye, honey. Because it's just gross whenever he uses terms of endearment. Well, come on, later. I know I forgot to refill you, but come on. One more time. Come on! I order you to work. Oh, come the fuck on! I'm very mad at this thing. Because it's got freaking fuel in it. It's just being a pain in the ass. Okay. Ah! Alright. Let's try that again. Number 15, breaking the record. Here we go. There we go. Whoa, 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 whole thing on fire. Whoa. Okay. That got... Okay, what the fuck was that? What was that? Why does it do that? That was like 1 second and it legitly, like the whole top of the book went on fire. Like, it melted. Like, what the actual fuck? Now I'm all dirty. Yeah, did you see the way that flashed? I hope that was on camera. It really did. The flames were like this big. Instantly. What the hell? Because the book is imbued with evil. That's what it is. It's evil. Alright, we got like the bottom half of this page and then like 3 lines on the other side. I'm very disappointed we didn't get any painted ducks tonight. I'm feeling sad for the painted ducks. Because they're all shiny and special and they just want to be loved. And they want me to not drop them again. They definitely also want that. I still cannot believe I did that. Next week, I will try very, very hard not to drop any ducks. At least in your case. Now tell me what happened at home. I recounted the whole story and waited for a reaction. Fucking hell, she cursed, nodding. Your mom's got a hell of a nut to crack now. She'll fucking disown me, I shrugged. Okay, is the mom really gonna be that awful? Like, seriously? Because the mom, we haven't said the mom is, like, seriously religious, which is usually the reason for that kind of bullshit. But She told the mom, okay, we're married. We got married in secret. There's definitely going to be a, sorry we didn't tell you. Sorry you weren't at the wedding kind of thing. That conversation has to happen. But she's at least married. And yeah, she's having a baby for a guy that she only knew for 3 weeks when she got knocked up. But deal with it. And also, it's not like the mom's attitude would make way more sense if Laura was like 15, 16. If she was a teenager or something, then it makes sense. But she is a 30-something-year-old woman with a successful career in her own right, who's been living on her own for a long time, who's traveled to other countries a lot. Like, I'm sorry, but there is some point where you don't get to be, like, disappointed by the choices your kids make anymore. It's their life. You don't get to tell them, I didn't raise you like that, unless they, like, get caught dealing meth. Swear to God, if that alarm is going on, it is after midnight. If that fucking alarm does not stop, and it's the weekend, so there's nobody here. I can't call the office and get them to do something about it because there's nobody here. Oh, fuck, it just occurred to me they might have March break off. A lot of businesses do that because all the kids are out of school, so the parents have got to be home anyway, so it's a good week to let people work from home or just give them some time off. So a lot of companies do. If that's still going in the morning, I'm going over there. I've never spoken to these people. I don't know who the fuck they are, but I'm going over there. If it's still going in the morning, I am having words at somebody. Because last time it was going off for this long, it went off for a week straight. I am not putting up with that again. So they're going to make it stop. Nah, she'll get over it. Olga paused, thinking before adding, it's not every day you learn your kid's pregnant and got married behind your back. In fairness, that does take a minute. But I'm sure her mom will be very happy when she remembers what Laura said about being super wealthy now. Besides, it's not so bad. She doesn't know Massimo's a mobster. That is true. And she doesn't know he regularly gets you nearly killed. They have such a great relationship. So look at the positives. I stared at her, mouth agape, unable to believe what I was hearing. All right, she conceded finally. I'm joking, but stop worrying now, Laura. At least you got this behind you. Maybe you didn't tell her the way you wanted, but at least you don't have to lie anymore. This is also a good thing. I mean, I would have just told her outright, but I'm a very direct person. She was right, but did that change anything? The situation was a bit less muddled, but I still couldn't count on my mom ever calling me again. Seriously, is her mom just like the worst ever? And we were both too stubborn to back down. I wasn't going to let it go either. Let what go? I'm not getting the conflict here. Like, maybe this is me being very autistic right now and not understanding social shit, which is entirely possible. Or just that I have no experience really with, like, normal family dynamics because I don't come from a normal family. But I don't understand what the problem is here. I get the mom is probably going to be pissed that she wasn't invited to the wedding, didn't know about it, you've been keeping secrets from me for months. I get that. But not to this extent. Like, to me, that's something you go like, okay, sorry, but there were some circumstances. I didn't exactly get it too much of a say in it either. It was all a big whirlwind thing. We're going to have another wedding in a few months that will be with all the friends and family. We just, even play into the lie. Say, well, when we found out about the baby, Massimo's very Catholic. He's very, old school traditional mom. So he insisted that we immediately get married, just for the sake of the baby. But we're going to have a real wedding in a few months or after I give birth so I can look sexy in the dress. There we go. Like, yeah, mom, we had a quickie, like, courthouse wedding But we're going to have a real one after the baby comes. Because then I won't have the baby bump and, pregnant wedding dress, not a good combination. Like, do that. I'm not understanding the conflict here at all. Thank you. Thank you. That makes me feel better to know that it's not just me. I thought we were going to lose the whole book for a second. Not that I would complain. Yeah, I did too. I thought, because literally the whole top of it was on fire. That's why I was like this. Because it just went whoosh. And it's like, ah. I don't want it to burn before I want it to burn. I say when the book dies. It doesn't get to take itself out. I decide when it burns. Chicken, 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 chicken. That's all I can think of right now, chicken. And I don't have chicken. That's what sucks. I don't have chicken. And all I want is some roasted chicken, and I don't have any. Where it's a little bit charred, it's got grill marks and that crunchy, like, grill flavor. Oh. Yeah, little charcoal good. Why is charcoal good? Why is my mouth watering thinking of that? That's not good. But yeah, that really charred, like, black, crispy, really good. Why is that sounding so good to me? I don't like anything burned, ever. I always think burned stuff tastes bitter. Why is it making me drool right now? I think I'm losing my mind. I wasn't going to let it go either. Let what go? 2 hours later, we were back in the apartment. It was only 2 p.m., but I felt drained. Pregnancy, heart disorder, argument with mom. It all made me want to go to sleep and not wake up until the next morning. We're never going to be told what the heart disorder is. We're just never going to be told at this point. Holga made me tea and said she was going out to break up with her Polish boyfriend. She's been gone for months and she hasn't done that yet. Has she been stringing this guy along long distance for several months? She had a lot of unfinished business she was supposed to deal with weeks ago. I nodded, waited until she left, turned on the TV, and dozed off. End of chapter! What do you bet she's gonna, because I said, because he knows she's upset. So he's gonna do the Christian Grey thing because we're still copying 50 Shades. She's gonna, you know what it is? Because she fell asleep. She's gonna wake up and he's gonna be there. He's just gonna be sitting there in a chair watching her sleep, probably shirtless, for reasons. And yeah, she's gonna wake up to him there, or she's gonna wake up back in Italy and be told like, "Oh, my men kept you sedated so you wouldn't be stressed," or something. But he's gonna go to her. Because A, he knows she was very upset, so that's going to make him worry. But the bigger reason, she hung up on him. And he told her never ever do that. So he's going to be pissed off and want to beat the shit out of her, probably literally, because he's mad. So he's going to go to her. I bet you anything. She's going to wake up and he's going to be there. I'm calling it right now. But that will do it with this sordid tale for this week. God, all that shit about like harder and strangle me and please beat me, that's going to be in my head for the next few days. Thank you for burning the page entirely so I won't read it again. Not that I've ever read any of this again, but it'll help get it out of my head, just having the image of the page burning. That will help. I might clip that and use it as therapy. Sorry for all the sniffing. Hopefully next week I will not have a cold. Hopefully the weather will be less insane all week. Or at least consistent for 12 straight hours. That would be nice. But we got a lot of puppy. He's coming out. Are you gonna come say goodbye? You're gonna come say goodbye to everyone? You too sleepy? You heard me saying goodbye? You know that means I am free to cuddle you and give you all the attention now? You don't know? You're just a sleepy puppy? Yeah, come on. Come here. Come here. Come on, you baby. Come say goodbye. Yep, come on. Yep, he has to do the slow puppy stretch. Come here, you. Up, up. Oh, you. Little baby. Come on. Come say goodbye. Come on. Up, up. Come on. No, you're too sleepy. Come on. Up, up. No, he's too sleepy. He's very sleepy puppy. All right, so that is going to do it for this week. Are you sure? Come on, last chance. Nope, sleepy. Sleepy baby. Sleepy baby. No, you're such a baby. Yes, you are. You're such a baby. So we shall say goodnight. I wish everyone a very nice Sunday. We'll screen something in the movie room tomorrow night. I don't know what yet, but something will come to mind. Probably something silly. Silly's good on a Sunday. No, we'll see where we end up. But thank you all for watching. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all the love and support in the chat comments and the permission to burn things. We broke our burn record. It's now at 15. Will we beat it someday? Maybe. Will one day eventually the book go up accidentally? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Yes, we will have all the sleepy cuddles. Love to your kitties. Good night, Cerebellum. Good night, Sethale. Good night, Nightwolf, wherever you are. And for Snickety and Link, who weren't here this week because they had stuff to do. But thank you all for watching. I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. We will be back next week. Same channel, same time. Same atrocious book. Sorry to say, but we'll get through it. We're over halfway, so go us. We're doing good. Until next week, take care of yourself. Love on a fur baby. And try to stay warm out there. Bye-bye.